Buffering broadcast is on air. Hey.
Hey, hey.
Hello, good evening, everyone. Tonight it's Sunday, it's 8 o'clock. Obviously, that means it's some time for Doctor Who. So this Sunday, we are doing Image of the Fendahl, which last week I said sounded like a Doctor Who catalogue for clothes. But it's a good story. And with us tonight, we have Chris in the chat, Chris in the Hangout, and Ian in the chat. Hello, guys. Good evening.
Good evening.
And also we have my son, who is sitting over there.
I am.
So, yes, we are going to watch Image of the Fendahl. It's an interesting episode. It's kind of like Indiana Jones' Kingdom of the Crystal Skull.
Yeah.
But a good version.
That's possible?
Yeah.
Wow.
It sort of is.
Don't start me.
It's kind of dark, but it kind of is.
I'm intrigued.
Don't start me off, Morris.
No, but I mean, it's kind of it's a good story. It's a very small. Sea Devils is a massive story, massive script, massive production. This is really skilled out. Like there's 8-9 people in this entire story. It's all very studio bound. There's a couple of location shots in there. And of course, then you got the Fendahl. I think I don't think the Fendahl is a great creation in terms of how it looks on screen. It's cosmic horror, most Lovecraftian. Yeah, it is. But I think what I like with the story is the fact that they try to keep it simple. That they've kept it to a group of scientists that are. They don't sort of prove themselves, but some are out for sort of gains. And there's a sort of a mad scientist element to the story. It's only a 4-episode story arc, so it's quite short. So we'll get through this pretty quick. What about you, Chris? When was probably the last time you watched Image of the Fendahl?
Probably around 2006 when I watched all of Tom Baker's stuff. So it's been a few years.
Yeah. So it's got a decent cast in it. It's got quite a good cast. It's a very good looking cast.
Oh yeah.
In Image of the Fendahl. Of course, we got Louise Jameson as Leela, doing what she does best, which is basically show off her legs.
Always good.
You've got Wanda Vantham in it. Wanda Vantham, she was probably one of the original sci-fi bombshells. Sherlock's mum, yes. So Wanda Vantham plays Sherlock's mother in Sherlock.
Right.
But her actual married name is Cumberbatch.
Well, isn't that just a weird coinky thing?
No, because she is Benedict Cumberbatch's mother.
Right. Well, that makes more sense.
So Wanda Vantham, and in fact, the guy who plays Sherlock's father is actually his father.
Well, they didn't look far for casting on that one, did they?
No, but I mean, if you've got two good actors,
yeah, you may as well.
Then you may as well. But Wanda Vantham is mainly known for a Jerry Anderson show called UFO.
Right.
She's normally blonde. In this, she's wearing a brown wig, and you can kind of see it's a brown wig.
Let's see how obvious that'll be.
It's kind of, it's obvious in the same sort of way that Lou Ferrigno was wearing a green fright wig.
Right. Okay. Oh dear.
Come off it. That wig was never fake.
Well,
no, he just happened to have his hair dyed green.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. No, it's not that bad of a wig, but it's just the fact that why they wouldn't have gone with her natural hair color anyway. But it's quite strange because if you've seen Wanda Vantham before this episode of Doctor Who,
yeah,
she looks amazingly different.
Right.
Like again, she was. If you've seen her, there's a famous picture of her in the actual gull wing door cars from UFO.
Interesting.
And maybe we can show you that before we actually get into the episode. In fact, I can probably just do that now. Because we've got an ice cream van. Yeah, we always, every single time I do a stream.
Stop doing streams at the same time then.
I don't! The last time I did a stream, it was like 6:30 and the bastard showed up.
Yeah, alright.
So,
He's there watching, who knows?
on the van thumb, yeah, that's quite a good one of her.
Well, hello there.
She's, again, she's not, she's nothing to sniff at.
No.
If I open this up in a new, open the image up in a new tab, there we go. I'll share. So this is for Wanda Van Thumb as she looked in UFO. So when I said she's the original sci-fi bombshell, I pretty much meant it. She was an absolute cracker.
No argument here.
Yeah, she absolutely stunning. Ding dong. Yeah, totally. She was absolutely one of the front runners of, you know, how do you make a sci-fi character strong and sexy, and she was it, like.
Yeah, no, valid.
But yeah, there's a famous picture of her in the Gullwing Doors car. I'm gonna have to let me just find this quickly, and then we'll get into doing the episode. So yeah, UFO. Yes, that's what I meant. Ah, there's the picture.
I see.
So, and this was probably one of the more famous promo pictures when it came to UFO. And there it is. And that pretty much, it was one of those shots that pretty much sold the series.
Yeah.
You know, they had lots of things like the vehicles from Shadow and on all these other things, but it was kind of like, what are you really going for?
Yeah.
I was like, let's make this sci-fi show and let's make it sort of this sexy sci-fi show.
Yeah.
Have action in it, have things, but have these sort of
style and
yeah. It's not just have girls on a moon base with purple wigs, which they did have. But I mean,
but you've got it, haven't you? I mean,
yeah.
Let's be fair.
Here's one of the storyline of Quartermaster in the Pit. Quartermaster in the Pit. I was going to say, what am I reading? Yeah, but I think Quartermaster in the Pit actually inspired the story. With this things, there's facts and stuff that we can get into talking about with this episode when we get into it. This is a sort of not really a debut episode for K9, but this is an early episode for K9.
All right, okay.
This is probably the second one, I think.
Well, never mind.
Which is good. Because they didn't actually know that K9 was going to be a regular.
I mean, I suppose it's good if you like K9.
He's a companion that's come back over the past 40 years.
Yeah, nostalgia is powerful.
So he's come back several times and he had his own show. He's done far better than we've done.
Marketability is powerful.
So yeah. I don't know if anybody's got anything else to add before we get started.
No, but I will disappear. One of me will disappear. Otherwise, I'm going to have you playing on the telly as well, and that's just going to cause all sorts of time tunnel problems.
No problem. So if you're ready to go, we're all queued up with Image of the Fendahl. I did mention that on the broadcast that we're going to be doing Battlefield next week, or did I do that before the broadcast?
Well, you've already done it now.
I've done it now anyway. So next week, 8 PM, we're going to be doing the 7th Doctor story, Battlefield. We haven't quite chosen what we're going to be doing after that, though I would like to do a more modern Who story. I was thinking of a Peter Capaldi story. I was thinking of something like Listen or maybe Heaven Sent or something like that. I really don't
I think I suggested Resolution of the Daleks and the Daleks Take Manhattan as well. Is another overlooked one.
Yeah, we've done a few Dalek stories in time, but I want to just kind of give the Daleks a little bit of a break, just a little bit of a breather. If we do go back to the Daleks, those are definitely some of them to do.
Yeah, because who would overuse the Daleks?
Yeah, because we done Resolution before we done the at Christmas time.
Right. Okay.
So, but we can do resolution again. It's not a problem. So yeah, I would like to do a new Doctor as well, just to give him a fair crack of the whip.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I would like to do any. So yeah, I love Heaven Sent. It's probably my favorite story.
I quite like Heaven Sent.
It is, yeah. So what I was with Peter, I tell you what, right? If we say that we're going to do a Peter Capaldi, I'll give Peter Capaldi the break. Pure right now. We won't do a Peter Capaldi story, and the reason being is that what I would like to do is let's go back and do 10th Planet. But why don't we do 10th Planet? Have a run. Do 10th Planet, then World Enough and Time, then Twice Upon a Time. How does that sound?
Sounds ideal.
So
Yeah.
what if we do? So if we do Battlefield next week, what if the week after that then we do a David Tennant story, and then we'll go into doing the 10th Planet then? How does that sound?
Yeah, we can. Although I might miss that one because I might be in London that weekend. I'm not sure which way yet.
That's fine.
But it's not stopping. Yeah, I just might not be around. I'll have to catch the rerun.
Yeah. So basically, what we'll do then, say we do a David Tennant episode. Think of a David Tennant episode.
Blink.
Not doing Blink. Again, we're trying not to do the fan favourites here.
What was of Mars?
Wars of Mars. I know people like that one.
Yeah.
Fear Her.
No.
Everybody hates that one.
Yeah,
Do
that's
that
for a
one.
reason it's shit.
Alright. I don't know. You don't want to do Dalek episodes. Alright. So, Age of Steel.
Well,
Rise of the
the
Cybermen?
reason why we don't want to do Dalek episodes is because we've done quite a few Dalek episodes.
Okay, fair enough.
And we literally done 2 Dalek stories back to back.
Hmm.
You
could do Tooth and Claw.
Yeah, Tooth and Claw's a good one. Yeah, how do you feel about Tooth and Claw? Chris? Oh no.
Yes, mate. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Tooth and Claw. So what we'll do then, next week we'll do Battlefield. The week after we'll do Tooth and Claw. The week after that we'll do 10th Planet. Write this down.
Oh, yeah. Alright.
So,
Give me the pen.
there you go. So next week we'll do Battlefield. Got it?
Yeah.
Baffled, okay. Then we'll do Tooth and Claw. Then we'll do 10th Planet. Then we'll do World Enough and Time, and then we'll do Twice Upon a Time. And I think that's a good way that's the next couple of weeks covered. Because I think I've got a feeling, isn't 10th Planet a 6-episode story arc?
Yes, I think so. I believe so.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. But the good thing is that it's the animated one, so it's about 2.5 hours.
Yeah.
So we'll be done by 10:30.
There you go.
Yeah. But okay, marvelous. Thank you very much.
No
So,
problem.
without any further ado, then let's get Image of the Fendahl on the go. 4-episode story arc. Tom Baker, Louise Jameson, and a glowing skull. Here we go. 3, 2, 1,
Classical.
go. There we go. The old slit scan. I find it a bit weird that it goes to black and white.
I don't know.
No, but like you should call these
Yeah,
colour
it's
ones,
a
yeah.
colour, yeah, and that one obviously.
But then later on, when particularly the end sequence, it's all black and white.
Yeah.
That's a bit weird. Let's look. 4 parts. Blue Peter lost the what? I've got to move this across for a second.
Okay. You can mess around with the stream. That's fine.
4 parts. Blue Peter lost the last part. That's one of Van Thunder sitting on the swivel chair.
I see.
Cucumber Patch's mother.
Benedict Cumberbatch.
Benadryl Cumbersplat. Did you say?
That's the guy. Shearer. Lock. So yes.
Mystery Skull.
So the skull is actually made of fiberglass. It was taken as a cast-in from a real skull, and then they made it out of fiberglass because they needed to do different things.
Okay.
But they actually had 3 skulls.
Right.
One of them was fiberglass. The other one was the real skull, and another one then which they covered in a reflective material.
Right. Okay.
because
First, I assume for an effect shot. Though.
it needed to be handled.
I have never seen this episode either. I don't know.
So, in case you don't know, as well, where they're walking now is in Mick Jagger's back garden.
I mean, yeah.
It was Mick Jagger's back garden.
Why not? I suppose.
Well, I didn't tread on any Mars bars.
But literally, they actually asked Mick Jagger if they could borrow his house, and he said yeah.
Because shooting in a forest would have been so hard.
It's not that they do go to a house.
Yeah. All right.
But
Okay.
they wanted this big sort of mansion-y type place, and it turns out the guy who is the front man for the Rolling Stones.
You might have one later on somewhere.
10th Planet is a 4-parter. Thank you very much, Ian.
Cool.
But they did a cracking job on the animation for it. It's a slick-looking
I
episode.
believe. Yeah. I've seen that planet. I believe.
Good-looking sets by the BBC.
Yeah.
So now a quick mosey at some of the trivia for this episode.
Yeah, we may as well.
This is a sort of set that the BBC excels at, though, isn't it?
It is, yeah. I mean, they probably just walked into their stores, grabbed these sets, and they've grabbed a lot of working technology. Lots of it is just plain scientific bump and basic decoding.
Monitors and dials and switches, and I'm sure stuff that looked really good for the 70s.
It looks good now.
Yeah.
Well, the oscilloscope hasn't changed at all.
Sure, I have no idea what it is or what it's supposed to be, so I mean...
An oscilloscope is still an oscilloscope.
Okay.
This glowing effect on the skull is lovely. And they do this crossfade effect in a bit.
Right.
With her. And it's not quite in alignment, but it's effective. Really good. So, on the original transmission, this episode was watched by 6.7 million people.
Oh, well, TV was good back then, wasn't it? When people
I mean,
watched it.
again, people complain about the ratings today.
Yeah.
That's on par with what we have today.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
In fact, most of Whittaker's stories were higher than that.
Yeah, but you got to remember they are broadcast in multiple countries now.
It doesn't matter. The UK numbers don't change no matter how many countries you broadcast in.
Well, there you go. I don't know nothing.
This is clear.
Matter of fact. The cool looking skull, though.
Yes.
Looks better than the globes from the last episode of the last series.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So, no year is given for the on-screen for the story. But in the trailer broadcast after Doctor Who, The Invisible Enemy Part 4, the setting was given as 1977. There we are. So, a later episode said when
This was.
Yeah,
Okay.
or the in the trailer for The Invisible Enemy.
Sure.
Michael Gough was originally cast as one of the for Dr. Fendahl, but didn't return. It was a shame. But again, he will always be known in Doctor Who as the Celestial Toymaker. So
This is also the last story to be commissioned by Robert Holmes as well.
yeah, it is though. But he didn't finish it though, did he? Anthony Reid wrote the story, didn't he? If I remember rightly,
Yeah, it just says commission.
Yeah, Anthony Reid took over as the script editor for the show, whereby I believe Anthony Reid wasn't interested in doing script editing because he was a TV producer, and they were like, "Well, we don't really have anything in the way of production for you, but we've got script editing," and he's like, "I don't fancy doing it." It's like, "It's for Doctor Who." He's like, "I'm in." And that's pretty much what happened, as is my understanding. Adam Colby's dog is named Leaky, obviously named after a very famous paleontologist found he headed up by Louis and Mary Leakey. After which all his what? After which all is his field. Okay, whatever.
I've never been a fan of K9. I don't know why.
Nothing wrong with K9. I'm a much bigger fan of Louis Jameson with that outfit on.
Yeah, I would agree.
Is there a robot dog in that picture? Because I was only concentrating on one thing there a second ago. Two things, actually.
90% of men don't notice the robot dog in this frame.
Yeah, the story introduced the new version of Leela's famous leather outfit. I wonder why it's famous. Is that shit console?
Because clearly it's very well made.
Yeah.
It's a very intricately made piece of copy.
Look, I know you're funny, but I hate this console for a lot of reasons. But look at the wobbly time rotor.
Oh, you got to have the wobble.
I mean, it
wouldn't be classic Who if the set didn't.
It's not a nice looking console.
I prefer the sixth Doctor one. Yeah, you know what I mean. The 5 Doctors one. Yeah.
Let's compare it to the latest one, Carwin. What do we think of it now?
So, all things considered, if you weigh things up carefully, the newer shit.
He's not a fan.
The new ones are that shit.
You know, I think there are good things about it. There are certain things that I don't like. Like the interior doorway and that. So,
yeah, that console there.
Yeah.
It was around for way too long. It needed replacing.
Is that why they switched to the other console for a bit in Baker's run? Or they had the backup TARDIS set?
No, they wanted a smaller room.
Oh, okay.
They gave there several reasons for it, but I mean the set was essentially in ruin.
Yeah.
The set every time they pulled the set out of storage, they put it together in a different configuration. Like at one point you have 3 walls and the monitor screen and the door, and at other points then you have the door, a wall, and the monitor screen. And other times then you have the door, a wall, and just that's it.
Yeah.
2 walls.
Yeah. So there wasn't like a continuity supervisor on set, apparently.
It's just they never put it together in the same configuration.
Well, I mean, the TARDIS can change shape, technically speaking.
But I mean, they were knackered sets. They were falling apart. They needed redoing. No, I've forgotten the guy's name. But I think if you look at one of Anthem there, you can tell she's wearing a wig.
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I know she is. But if I didn't know, I don't know if I would be able to tell.
I think you can. I think her head's a little bit puffy. So yeah. So I'm looking at the cast here for this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 people. That's a good joke. Yeah. So yeah. Just having a look here for the cast members because obviously Dennis Lill is Dr. Fendahl.
I can't tell what accent he's going for there. Like,
it's a bit of a sort of Eastern European,
just sort of generic kind of.
He moved around.
Fair enough.
He started off maybe in Austria and ended up in Poland and Germany and
bit of Siberia sort of thing, maybe.
Brecon.
Yeah, Brecon.
It's nice.
Yeah. I was never a fan of this idea that you can apply to somebody's ego when they know that they've done something wrong.
What do you mean?
Well, he's convinced him pure that he shouldn't report it to the police because they had a near to a breakthrough.
Yeah.
And he's already got the moral high ground here of saying we should report it to the police.
Yeah, he's a dead person.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And his logic here is faulty. I don't like it. It works to the point of, well, the guy's already dead, so what can happen to it?
But at the same time, that's a really flimsy kind of
there's a bit of
like, at least it kind of worked in Sea Devils with the Master, trying to hold off. The Colonel trying to tell the authorities about the Sea Devils because it's the Master. He can manipulate people. That's clarified even in the episode. But most of the time, I probably agree with you.
And the guy on the right there, he is. I would have said he is the. If you saw a artist's sketch of what Ian Fleming wanted Bond to be like, that's what he would have looked like.
Like just on the front cover of the book.
Yeah, if you were to take the artist rendering of what he described Bond as being like and was present, and what Ian Fleming signed off on as being this is the image of James Bond, that he's pretty much it.
Yeah, I could probably see that.
He always played bad guys though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think he ever played anyone nice. Notice the TARDIS light is missing off the top of the box.
Yes, it is. The whole box is gone.
Did you know there's a better TARDIS in the Peter Cushing films?
Do you know there is? In fact, if you look in both of them, it's a beautiful TARDIS. There's the box that they use for both of them, and it's. I don't know if I mentioned it, but it's probably my favourite.
Yeah, you should have said.
I should have. I don't think I ever did. I didn't say me either one, as far as I remember. I might have, did I bring it up after the broadcast? No, I probably didn't. I probably didn't bring it up in either film. That there's the Barry Newbury prop, and it's my least favourite TARDIS.
Yeah.
It's not good.
I don't even know if I have a favourite TARDIS, to be honest.
I don't like it because the Newbury prop pops back up again in Castrovalva. No, in Legopolis. And when they put in using Legopolis, they actually put a different roof on it and jack the roof up.
Right.
And it actually looks 10 times better.
Okay, so yeah, it is a bit squat, to be fair.
It's totally squat. There's
flat
no
top and it's really short, yeah.
It's got shorter doors as well.
Alright.
So, but yeah, it's an awful.
Sorry, viewers, I appear to have started him up again.
What was that, Chris?
I was apologising to the other viewers for starting you off again.
Oh, right, yeah, fair enough, yeah. No, it's just that the Newbury prop is. You can understand why at the end of this, why they went to the TYJ, to the TYJ Mark 1. Even though, again, the TYJ is probably what I think when somebody says TARDIS, that's the prop that I think of. It's not my favourite.
I think you've always sort of been a fan of Troughton's TARDIS.
Of the original.
Yeah. I suppose you would have had the same one as Hartnell, wouldn't he?
But yeah, but they did shorten the roof with the Hartnell box.
Okay.
That's why that one over there is more to the original.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of. I'm not a huge fan of what they did to it. They destroyed the box.
What is Romana's deal?
That's not Romana, it's Leela.
That makes sense. I meant Leela. I meant to say Leela. I didn't.
She's sort of like a regressed part of a warrior race of humans. So she's like from a dystopia.
Right. Okay. Fair enough.
And
she seems to be okay with the stabby.
Yeah. The BBC didn't care about the production values. No, they didn't. It was a very difficult show for people to work out because the people that worked on the show, some were very proud of the work that they did, and some were not. Some did. If you hired, because the thing is with BBC, if you were hiring people to make sets and that for the BBC, then whoever worked on Upstairs Downstairs worked on Doctor Who.
Right.
Whoever worked on Match of the Day, building the set pieces for Match of the Day and stuff like that,
yeah,
they worked on Doctor Who as well.
Okay.
So Doctor Who had a bit of a bit of a nasty rep.
They were kind of
with
hand-me-downs.
Some people were snooty about it.
Well, to be fair, I could see why a lot of people
Well, you've got to remember
who
that.
hadn't watched Doctor Who might not really, or even had watched Doctor Who. I could see why people just might not like the show, and that's fair. And they wouldn't want to work on it.
Well, look, I mean, they're still pulling in good figures.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not. I mean, it doesn't reflect the show, but I could see why people who maybe didn't necessarily sign on to work on Doctor Who didn't want to.
You don't sign on to work on anything.
That's what I mean. But like,
if you're a carpenter and you're told to work on a show,
yeah,
you go work on the show.
If you work for the studio, you work for whatever they tell you to. But you know,
Got to be honest though, them trees were quite convincing.
Yeah, 100%. And surprisingly though, they were actually made of foam. Which is really odd because the foam cushions were made of wood.
To be fair to all the old Doctor Who productions, I mean, all right, some of it does look a bit shaky now,
Yeah.
but for what they had financial access to, with the exception of a couple of tanks and the odd bit, I think they did a good job with what they had.
Oh, look, this is a studio bone show, but this one in particular. And, the costumes are good. The makeup works for what they needed to do. The sets are, again, when BBC do a period piece, they always knock it out of the park. In terms of horror for this episode, I find this episode to be pretty good for a psychological horror. In terms of the fact that it's the threat of what's looming, what's coming, the fact that you've got this thing that takes control of a person's mind.
yeah, you were saying a bit more like a sort of almost a Lovecraftian type of vibe, cosmic horror kind of thing.
It's but it's much more of a play on the people.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what this always reminds me of, or vice versa.
Yeah.
This could almost be, a lot of it, a Sapphire and Steel story.
Oh. I mean... Now, is that portrait...
If you look at the Doctor and Leela in the Sapphire and Steel positions coming in to sort something out.
Oh, yeah. They're very much sort of the strangers passing through kind of thing.
Supernatural. I don't know.
There's a couple of different things going on though with the story, because obviously there's the hole in time that his machine has caused, which is gonna potentially wipe out the planet.
Yeah, small scale stuff.
Well, it could potentially open up and pull the planet out.
Exactly.
So
Just another Tuesday.
That's Mick Jagger's house, or was at least. I don't know if it is. I don't keep up with him.
No, fair enough. I haven't talked to him in a while.
He's a difficult man to get hold of.
Oh yeah, he got busy all of a sudden. I don't know what doing more like, but you know.
But these days, arthritis.
Oh Jesus.
No, he's been dead a while.
Yeah. I know. I was at his birthday party.
I think this isn't this Louis Jameson's penultimate story?
It could be, actually.
I think this is. I think it was this episode where she decided she was leaving. So at this moment in time, this episode is produced by Graham Williams, music by Dudley Simpson. Again, somebody that involved in Doctor Who that doesn't get a great deal of notification or notoriety.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Now later on, we're gonna have a Fendahl on screen, a full-size Fendahl, and it's gonna be moving around and doing everything in the style of a Fendahl. And inside that costume is, for Red Dwarf fans, is a man named Peter Ragg. And he done that, and then he went on to instead of doing the visual effects in Doctor Who, he did a few more, but then he went on to doing decade later he was making Red Dwarf.
As a Red Dwarf fan myself, Should I know who that is?
Yes.
Okay.
If you don't know who Steve Berg is and you don't know who Peter Ragg is, then get the hell out.
I know Steve Beggs.
Stop
I know
calling-
who Beggs is, yeah.
Stop calling yourself a fan.
Alright. Fine.
You're just a person who's happened to seen the show.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Invasion of Time is Leela's final serial. 2 stories later after it.
Isn't it? I believe. Which is the Invasion of Time is the Sontaran episode.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
I love the Sontarans, they look so stupid.
In fairness to the Sontaran makeup for Doctor Who, it's been fairly consistent.
Yeah, they all kind of look like potato people.
No, but it's the ones from the 70s don't really look majorly different to how they work today.
Yeah, no.
It's a very similar makeup.
Yeah. I mean, you'd hope there'd be some sophistication involved now, like, just a little bit better because time has passed. And
If
you hope
if
things will
you
get better.
do something good, you do something good.
That's true. That's absolutely true. It was a dark and stormy night.
Now, I don't know if that was a mistake there,
Right.
because the screens were already off, and when they knocked it on, the time code was on 0.
Right.
I started clocking up.
Yeah.
And I got a feeling it should have already been on.
Maybe.
Because it pops on as the camera drifts over to
It
it.
does, yeah.
So I'm wondering whether or not it was meant to be on, already running.
Yeah.
It's difficult when it, just a thing to sort of work out, but I would have thought it would have been.
I like the skull, like when it's done like that, I think that shot works really well. When
Yeah.
the skull's under her face and it looks like, one and the same. The other shots I think worked, but I don't think they were as well executed.
I think we're about to come up to a scream.
That's a double barrel right there.
There we go.
Episode
Episode 1. Yeah, see the time tunnel now.
Yeah,
The fact is in total black and white.
I never realised that. That's
Yeah,
interesting.
it's a lot.
I always thought it was blue for some reason, but then again, maybe that's a Batmobile issue.
Yes, it's one of those things. So that's the first episode done. Set up the story.
I always find it amazing when I don't want to get into the whole sexism feminist thing, but I
Yeah.
always find it amazing when they a lot of modern fans go on about there not being any strong women and that. Look back at Leela; she's a warrior woman.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
You know, she's a Wonder Woman sort of thing.
Look, I've always hated that argument anyway, that you have to have these strong women in films, because as far as I'm concerned, I grew up with strong women in films.
Yeah.
You know, I remember Cynthia. I was a big fan of Cynthia Rothrock during the 80s.
Cynthia Rothrock.
Yeah, China O'Brien. So I mean, I've always been a fan of Hong Kong cinema. So I those sorts of films have always appealed to me.
Mm-hmm.
And Cynthia Rothrock was a big sort of martial arts star in the 80s.
Yeah.
But then you also had people, lots of really strong women in the 80s. I mean, hell, Linda Hamilton is one of them.
Yeah, absolutely. Sarah Connor, straight up.
Sigourney Weaver.
Ripley.
Linda Carter.
Linda Carter.
Yeah, absolutely. The first one of them.
Uh,
Angela Lansbury. Don't screw with Jessica Fletcher. She will take you down.
I mean, I wouldn't. I feel like I'm a pretty polite kind of guy.
Oh, I'll tell you what though, if you see her in the old 1940s, a picture of Dorian Gray, Angela Lansbury was absolutely gorgeous.
She had a sort of cheruby demeanour to her, didn't she?
Am I the only one who thinks some of these
Yeah.
cliffhanger resolutions in Doctor Who, at least classic Who, could be kind of cheap? You know what I mean? Like, it's a thing, and it's such an easy, quick resolution, and then it just kind of goes nowhere.
Well, no, because they decide on what the cliffhanger. They've written the story and gone, we need to end the story here.
Yeah, I understand. It's for editing purposes and for broadcast, and I get that. But
They don't go and rewrite the cliffhanger here.
no, but I feel like if you're writing a story, right, and you know it's going to go on TV, and you know it's going to be a certain amount of time, then
That's not right. So when you write the script,
Yeah.
you have to time the episode, which means that you get a stopwatch.
Yeah.
You read the script aloud, and you time it.
Yeah.
And if it comes to a certain length and it doesn't fit, then you have to adjust it.
Yeah, yeah. No, I understand that.
And you have to have some give and take. If she pulls that trigger, she's taking her shoulder right off.
Oh, yeah. I don't know, though, because I don't know what type of ammo you're loaded it with.
Double shotgun.
Those are green shells.
It's rock solid, it is, but
yeah, possibly.
Of course, you got Leela, Warrior Princess.
Yeah, I was going to say Lucy Lawless. That's another one.
She's the prototype for that sort of character.
Yeah, maybe.
And she clearly had her origin in a million years BC.
Mm.
Again, Raquel Welch.
For the honour of TARDIS.
Yeah. So, in story terms now, the mansion has been locked off by the company that Dr. Fendahl contacted.
Yep.
He's security that's come in to stop people from leaving the mansion as well as getting in. They're investigating what's happened because Dr. Fendahl has come up with this method of what he claims is looking into the past to be able to see history itself. This is what punched the hole in time, which summoned the Doctor there.
Yeah. It's always going to be something, isn't it? There should be an episode of Doctor Who where he's just chilling out in the TARDIS for 45 minutes, you know?
There is, it was called Listen.
Yeah, but there was a monster in it.
Well, there's another one where there's called Flatline.
Yeah, that is basically nothing. There's nothing happening for 45 minutes.
And In the Forest of the Night.
Oh my god. Oh my dear god, the first time I watched that episode.
Where are we? We are just at the we are second episode. Let me just press info. Second episode, 20 minutes, 42, 43, 44, 45 seconds. Comes to 29 minutes.
I said don't touch her.
Tom Baker had a good range as the Doctor, didn't he?
Yeah, he wasn't never just a goof. He was. He had a certain sternness to him.
Like he's often, I feel like in general, sort of public terms, he's often kind of considered a goofy Doctor. You know what I mean? The way he dresses and all the jelly baby thing and everything, but he does have like a proper like death look. Okay, that's a weird. Okay, snake things.
Yes, Fendahl.
Aha.
Baby Fendahl.
Roll credits.
The glowy effect. It's a frozen image effect, so she's not actually moving.
No.
To make it an easy effect, so there's no crossfade out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tom Baker, he's. I mean, I know he's Chris's favourite.
It's probably a lot of people's favourite.
I think he's very successful in what he does.
Yeah.
My only criticism of what he does is now and again he says or does something that wasn't in the script.
Right.
And sometimes it's a little bit goofy. But that's his Doctor anyway.
Yeah.
So
he's just sort of trying to be a bit sort of hokey and fun and.
It's much more in the later stuff though.
Right.
It's much more.
He's been doing it for a good couple of years. And,
and he started to sort of dictate to people on set and you know, even he'll admit himself that towards the end of his run as Doctor, he was very difficult to work with.
Okay, interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah, no, he was very difficult to work with. He was having arguments with directors and you know.
I don't know. I suppose that could possibly happen to someone, you know, after playing a character for about 7 years or so. But you should have called the police
He was pretty much just playing Tom Baker, weren't
he? Yeah, but again, the problem was that they were doing things with scripts, and they were asking him to do stuff, and he was arguing over almost every little decision, and he became very difficult to work with. Some of the stuff that he would suggest though was correct. Some of the stuff that he would say this is what I'm suggesting. It was very correct.
Yeah, but I suppose with anybody, like not 100% of their ideas are going to work. And
yeah, again, it's up to the director.
It is. At the end of the day, Tom Baker, as much experience as he must have had, he was still just an actor.
You've still got to apply to the script.
Exactly, and he doesn't
do your damn job.
Yeah.
As they used to tell Len and Nimoy, do your damn job, put your ears on, and get out in front of the camera.
Yeah.
Good set of sort of characters here.
Yeah.
All very sort of country bumpkin types.
It's definitely got that vibe going on, yeah. I mean, that's clearly the setting and it works.
Now, right, so these sorts of characters remind me a lot of the characters from the village in Hot Fuzz.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's the same sort of thing as well.
Yeah, with Mrs. Tiller sort of thing.
Oh, you're a part of the old ways,
Yeah, getting this. Was it Nola catching that swans then?
Yeah.
Oh, so just the one swan actually. Everyone and their mums is packing around here. Like who? Farmers? Who else? Farmers' mums.
But how will you explain to them that you did not call them before?
Yeah, it just reminds me a lot of people like live around.
Yeah. Because that's where you live.
Yeah, bloody. Never mind.
I was surprised actually when I seen a picture of Louise Jameson this year.
Yeah.
Because this is how I remember her.
Yeah.
Well,
when you don't see an actor or actress for a while, that's
I seen her this year.
Yeah.
And she's pure white hair.
Wow.
Wow. You've got to remember. Like I've got to be honest, Tom Baker, the greater good, yes. Tom Baker for the first time when I seen him this year. Tom Baker's looking frail.
Yeah.
I mean, I know he's 85.
I think the last time I probably saw him was probably the 50th, which would have been in 2014.
No, I mean before this year, probably Shada.
Oh yeah, because the scene at the end.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then now I've seen him recently, and he's like I said, I know he's 85.
Yeah.
But it's unnerving to see.
At 85, not looks. Oh, at 85 looks so good. You will not.
No, but he's starting to look frail.
Yeah, I get that. I mean, well, it happens. It's age, it's time.
I know, but
if anyone understands time, it should be him, But hey, he'll always be in Doctor Who.
It's not going to be a good day.
Apparently not. Some George Romero shit going down.
I mean, there's many when he goes.
All right, I was talking about this.
Mm-hmm.
Talking about the episode, but I don't want to think about that because it's not here yet.
Yeah, so the phones have been cut off now and they're trapped inside the house.
Yes. Well, you can't have a horror setting if the characters can go call it for help, can you?
Why don't you ask me? Go on, ask me who planned it. Stop it.
Yes, so the skull there as well. When they made it, they actually etched a pentagram into the skull.
Right.
On the back of it.
Yeah.
And later on, you're going to see they do an X-ray of the skull. There's an X-ray that they got on the board.
Yeah.
Of the skull, and you can see the pentagram carved into the back of the skull.
I don't know if that would have gone down particularly well when they said, or if that would have raised any issues or anything. But obviously, I don't know how obvious it is.
No, it's done. It's meant to be. It's part
Fairly
of the.
blatant,
Yeah, it's on screen. The way they got the effect was to carve into the skull, took it to the local hospital, and had an X-ray.
I guess, do it for real, yeah. Somebody was waiting, you know though, right? Somebody was waiting in the waiting room for an X-ray while these guys were dicking around with a fiberglass skull.
Yeah.
All right, he's packing.
Yeah, again, he's kind of losing it.
Yeah. Well, as they do. Roll for sanity. Three men come from Mars. We all know that.
It's a skull like yours and mine. Modern man, Homo sapien.
Exactly. It is also 12 million years old. Millions of years older than the earliest of man's known ancestors.
Yeah, he does.
Bit of a leap in logic, but I mean,
Well, I mean, it's not that big of a leap in logic. Transpermia is a proper scientific.
that's true. That is true. But I mean, I don't know how. You'd have to look at like other evidence and things and cross-reference stuff.
Yeah, he's a ridiculously good-looking bloke. He's kind of like a British Lee Majors.
Yeah, I can see that actually.
Not so much the fall guy, more of a tumble guy.
Yeah.
Bit of
Politely
bit of a
roll
spill.
over.
Yeah.
I'll have a cup of tea, shaken, not stirred.
Yes. The 4.5 million pound man.
Yeah.
He was in Day of the Daleks.
6 million bottle tops.
Yeah.
Sipping a Heineken.
I'll look here. Let's quickly see if we can get more. I don't think I ever understood that. 13 be the number. I don't know. I think it's something that comes up later. 13 be the number.
Oh, I mean, 13's an unlucky number. Friday the 13th sort of thing. I don't know. Probably something to do with the plot. It's probably relevant, somewhere later on.
No. Ah, that's where I knew him from. Edward Evans in this. He's one of the guys in Life Force. You haven't seen the movie Life Force, have you?
No. To be fair, considering, I feel like I've actually seen a lot.
Yeah.
Considering I'm only, bloody 20 years old and wearing an Army of Darkness shirt and watching classic Doctor Who, doing well.
Yeah.
Questions I could not answer. Till I had explained the skull. X-ray the skull. When? Stein and I have been doing experiments in secret for some time.
So yeah.
No, you are right. From the beginning, I had the feeling that this was so important that it must be kept secret. Now, these murders.
Go back here.
This mysterious intruder. He said something about it.
Adam Colby is played by Edward Arthur, which is. Yeah, I'm just going through some of this now. Just see. Oh, what have I done? Chris Butcher. Back.
It is an interesting choice to have her wear a wig, to be fair. I literally, if she wasn't blonde,
If she
I
was
would
blonde,
not
you
be
would-
able to tell the difference.
No, but if she was blonde, you wouldn't go, oh, why is she blonde? Matilda May.
Well, after the
Yeah. I'll just show you.
He's picking up a revolver and he's got the crazy eyes, I don't I don't trust this guy. I don't know what's going to happen. But Chekhov's gun tells me one thing.
Yep, Chekhov's going to shoot somebody.
Yep.
No, the way you would, I don't know. He's a pretty good navigation officer.
He's better with a gun now. I'd say, you know, if he needed to shoot somebody. Beza probably.
She's really good in this, the old woman.
I believe that she's definitely scared.
She's very good in this.
Aye, religious type.
Chekhov's power loader. What do they call it? Chekhov's table.
Yeah, Chekhov's table. That was a good one. That made me chuckle.
Oh, it wasn't bad. It's a good line. Yeah. Well, so we're talking about one event. I'm here. So she is in this playing the Doctor character. She's also in a previous episode of the Doctor Who with Patrick Troughton.
All right.
And she's also in Time of the Army.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, she plays one of the leading women in Time of the Army. Matilda May's the old one, yes. She was to the manor born. Thank you very much, Ian.
Oh, there's that pentagram you photographed?
Yes. So that's an actual X-ray of a fiberglass skull.
Yeah. That makes sense.
That's a leap.
Yeah.
To determine that the carved-in etch into a skull is a neural relay.
Well, I mean, yeah, I don't know.
That's
what
one hell of
he's found in that assumption on. But,
that's one hell of a leap.
I would probably look at it going, somebody's carved a star into this head.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
What you?
I've just worked out where I know Wanda Bentham from myself.
Yeah.
She played Deborah's mum in Men Behaving Badly. I'm sure it was her.
I think so. I will check that out. I will just have a look at that quickly because I mean she's done a lot. She's not like not like she hasn't done much. Wonder Bentham.
But karate chop. They do like their bloody neck chops in classic Who, don't they?
Again, so good. It's the least violent solution to having to punch somebody around the face several times.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose
Pummeling people is not a good thing.
no, that's true, and I do try to remember that Doctor Who. But people get shot all the time, Doctor Who, and die in various ways.
It's less brutal than
Neck
seeing
chop.
somebody getting pummeled.
Yes, but
No, I don't think she was in Men Behaving Badly. She was an absolutely fabulous. She played Violet. Only Fools and Horses. She was Pamela. Again, she's done the BBC rounds. Yeah, she was Faroon in Time of the Rani. She's been in 13 episodes of Doctor Who altogether.
oh yeah,
And she was in The Faceless Ones. Played Jean Rock in 6 episodes.
cool.
1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 6 episodes. Yeah, how you get neural relay from that, I don't know.
Oh man, that's a leap in logic and a half.
But I mean, again, she's Wanda Bantham's had a hell of a career.
Although weird that it doesn't have the circle around the pentagram. I don't know if that's traditionally.
I don't think they were trying to make a devil mark.
Well, technically, pentagram isn't a devil mark. It's just a
I know, but that's
generally,
not.
yes. General perception, I suppose.
It's like the swastika, Chan. You can't put a swastika.
You don't stick them everywhere, do you?
Yeah.
If you want to sell a game in Germany, you don't.
It doesn't mean Nazi.
No, but
No, not in.
but general public association
Yeah,
tends to sway you a certain way. That's fair.
So yeah, we got yes, that's right. It was always a couple in. The 2 Ronnies, Minder, Gentle Touch, Stow It Up, Flying Lady, Capstick's Law, Next of Kin, Smith and Jones, Casualty, Randall and Hopkins, Deceased, Holby City. I mean, she's been a long time. She was in 12 episodes of Holby City, and that's 2014 to 2018. So she's been at it for 4 years in that.
She's still doing something.
But yeah, she's still in Sherlock.
Yeah, good point. I would like to point out that I have not seen Sherlock, but well, I've seen season 3 of Sherlock, which is weird. But I wouldn't have seen the others, but you know. I don't know if she made an appearance in any of the episodes that I've seen.
I don't. Yeah, she would have.
She might have.
Later ones, yeah,
Possibly.
yeah. She did the Christmas one. The drug people take him to the farmhouse. Good lighting in this scene.
It's not bad. You are, yeah. Good point.
Very nice.
It's very atmospheric.
Yeah.
Look, if he just identifies the time period with smell in it.
Yeah, according to IMDb, she was Deborah's mum in Men Behaving Badly in the episode 10.
Ah, right.
Okay.
I knew I recognised her from somewhere as an older character.
So he just offered the skull of jelly, baby.
He did.
But if you look carefully, it's a licorice allsort.
Oh, he's bloody right. They'll try and get away with anything, won't they?
Yeah, he's actually eating licorice allsort. He doesn't actually have jelly babies. You can actually see when he's holding it. You can actually see it's a licorice allsort.
Yeah.
But episode 2, lots of plot going on.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Not much in the way of activity for Leela in that episode.
No, noticeably absent.
At the start of the episode, she was there with the whole gun thing.
That was the end of the cliffhanger.
Yeah, but after that, it really she didn't really have a great deal to do.
No.
It's one of the problems with a character like Leela is to keep her involved.
I suppose.
It's very difficult for a character like her because she's always threatening to kill people.
Yeah, you've got to find reasons for her not to start going stabby on everybody. And I guess the best reason would be to pair her up with a pacifist.
No.
Like the Doctor, for example.
Well, he's always keeping her in check. The good thing with Leela's character is she doesn't change.
Yeah, okay.
She's the same now. When he leaves, because Leela, I don't know if you know what happens to Leela, but
I might have seen it.
So she is left on Gallifrey,
right,
to go through the Time Lord Academy.
Okay.
Now, in terms, as far as I understand, with Leela,
yeah,
she doesn't have a good fate.
Right.
Outside of Doctor Who,
yeah,
off screen, I believe she dies in a prison.
Oh, that's right.
But it's later reincarnated as a different person.
Right. Okay.
That's my understanding of it.
Sure.
No,
you're right. This is very clearly a licorice also.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. I don't think she'd be allowed to run about with a knife now. No, definitely not. Not these days. Not with all the anti-knife stuff going on. Yeah, she wouldn't. But I don't. The thing is, Louise Jameson actually didn't mind the outfits. Because people say, it's a very clearly a sex outfit. And a sexist outfit. Yeah. And with feminism and all that these days, would an actress, and she actually liked the outfits. Yeah, I mean,
it's completely up to the person wearing them, really, how they feel about it. And...
Yeah, but but the point is, like, when you give them the costume,
yeah,
normally it's like,
oh, you're wearing it, yeah.
You're wearing it.
Yeah, I understand that.
We pay you the damn money, put this flimsy bit of cloth on.
But for some reason, a lot of people have this idea that, all women don't want to wear that, in the same way that all men might not want to wear something more feminine. But that's not always
the other thing about Leela as well. Yeah. Is in this episode, you'll notice that she's got her hair up in a bun on the top. Right. And the reason for that is because in between the last episode and this one, she had her hair cut and it was too short.
Oh, okay.
So there was something with the hair to make it look like it was the same man.
Continuity.
So they put her in a bun. She does,
Because, you know,
yeah.
why start caring now? No, that's fair enough.
She'll have her hair done later on,
Yeah,
and you'll see it just above her shoulders.
right. I don't know if I'm supposed to be able to tell what's actually going on there with him in the skull, but it's clearly hurting him.
Again, it's a neurotransmitter.
Yeah, so it's doing
So
some
he-
sort of mind thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Jake, do you owe me a Coke?
A wine rush. There's no point in. If you get up, you might slip and fall again.
Exactly.
If we weren't watching it live, I could have paused that shot for a minute.
I mean, obviously, not in the case of her, but you ever think Tom Baker got really warm on set?
Oh,
The amount
yeah.
of layers he was wearing.
Yeah. Again, that's the other thing to remember about the 70s production. These days, it's not so much of a problem.
Mm.
But in a studio like that,
Yeah,
you've got 20 odd lights over your head.
exactly.
Those lights are all 100 watt, 150 watt bulbs. Some of them even more than that.
Exactly.
They whapping out heat.
And a lot of the machinery is probably getting quite hot as well as it's running.
Yeah, it's very hot there.
A lot of people in the area as well, in a close set is not going to help.
But no, those lights pounding down on you.
Yeah.
It's just not nice. And
I mean, I know how hot stage lights are. I
Yeah.
imagine those are something else, you know.
again, you're locked into these sets that are normally 4 sides or 3 to 4 sides,
Yeah,
depending on what set it is.
exactly.
Yeah, it's going to be warm.
Mm.
Now, the whole point of this show is that if it gets to 100 hours, it's going to open up the time rift.
And great old one Cthulhu will come to devour the world. Or something.
Something very unpleasant is going to happen, yeah.
Yes. May or may not be, 600-foot tall squid monster, but we'll see.
It's more than likely he's going to just turn the planet inside out.
Yeah, probably just go pop like that and everyone's going to die, which,
But, unlike the newer episodes of Doctor Who, where they just randomly just attack the Earth,
yeah.
they actually seeded that in the first episode.
Yeah, true.
It was a if we don't do something about this time wall,
Everybody gonna die.
whatever planet that its origin is from,
Yeah.
originating from, is going to perish.
And obviously, with the statistical odds of the universe, how infinite it is being quite small, it would happen to be Earth.
Yes.
Yeah.
But the other good thing was that he says that it does say earlier that if you've got 100 hours, and when you look at the clock, there it's ticking out, it's like 98.
Yeah.
So he's already used up.
It's like we've now got a lot of time left.
Yeah.
Which is good. Tension in storytelling. It's always good fun. He's going to give her a jab.
Again, this is a new set now for the show.
Yeah.
Keeping it on a soundstage, keeping it small. They've just got a couple of pillars and black curtains, and most people don't realise that it is just black curtains. There's no set.
Yeah. I was looking at that thinking, that's probably all it is.
That is all it is.
But there we go. Yeah, absolutely confirmed.
It's one of those whereby people's minds fill in the blanks. Most people would say, "Oh, they're in the basement," because they remember them being in the basement.
It looks like sort of darkness, and they remember
Yeah,
that.
and they remember it. And most people will tell you as well that when they think about it, like, "Oh, no, they're in the basement and there's stone walls."
Yeah.
There's no wall.
It does kind of run the risk though of being a bit Batman 66 season
66,
4,
yeah.
Like it runs the risk of that, but with that it's very minimal, so I think it works quite well.
Again, the lighting helps.
Yeah, absolutely, because it's very contrasty, so it just blows it out and you can't really see it.
Max, you are a fool. You are a fool.
There's no way you can deliver that line. This is just.
I don't understand. I don't know if I've actually ever heard somebody in actual sentence call somebody else a fool.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, Mr.
I mean,
T.
Yeah. Okay. I stand corrected. I just definitely stand corrected there. But anybody else, fool is not a thing that people typically say. At least not.
You fool!
Yeah. It's a very theatrical thing to say, isn't it? It's a very
Eric Morecambe used to say it on a relentless basis.
Yeah, no, yeah.
And Mr. T.
We covered Mr. T.
Bit of the Fool. I didn't want to do that impression. I thought about it and I was like, no, I can't do it. But I did it anyway and I regret it.
Well, there's that great quote from in it. It says, "I pity the fool," and Mr. T only says, "I pity the fool."
Look, yeah.
Oh, he's packing heat.
Yes.
He's got
It's a very snub gun.
I don't even know if that's a 2-inch barrel. I think it's probably. It's a 2-inch barrel, but
It's very small.
I don't even know where that could be chambered in. To be honest with you, it's probably only a 22, which would still kill you. Don't get me wrong. If you got shot somewhere vital.
So yeah. Oh, it's a shame. Scott Fredericks, but I was playing Max, died, as they all do in Classic Who 2 years ago.
Yes. Ah, sucks.
74.
Oh, I mean.
He died. He was in the Republic of Ireland. The last show he done was Rock Revivals in 2008.
Oh.
Rock Rivals, I mean.
Rock Rivals. Okay. That might make some sense to somebody.
He's most famous for playing a character in Triangle, which is a show you don't ever want to see.
Alright, I will just take the word for that one.
Kind of the British version of Love Boat, but without, well, the weather.
I see. Well, I mean, I guess with the term British, that kind of comes into the assumption.
Do you know about the myth for this episode?
What's that?
Oh,
What myth?
Apparently, this story had a working title of The Island of Fendahl. It didn't. This myth originated when Gordon Blows, then the editor of Doctor Appreciation Society magazine, TARDIS, misheard the title of the story over the phone and reported it incorrectly.
okay.
Fake news.
Yes.
There you go, trivia.
It's weird that, like, we were watching Sea Devils, and now this is. I understand the Doctor Who is a very, very British show.
Yes.
But is there tea in like every episode, every story? Just tray of tea. There you go.
Why not?
Yeah, I suppose. Absolutely, embrace it, and tea's also good.
She's amazing in this. In fairness to her, out of all the people in this cast.
Yeah, she is. She's probably giving it a go, isn't she? I mean, I believe his performance. Absolutely, I wouldn't say there are many performances in it that I just don't believe. But I mean, obviously, there is some clunky line delivery here and there. Although I sometimes can't tell if it's clunky lines or clunky delivery, or both.
It's the way she's got this really sort of almost officious nature.
Okay.
It's really standoffish, bossy, but this really stern. Like, like in the earlier episode where the guy said, set the dogs on you. It's like, dogs got better sense than biting me.
Oh, that's all right, lady. I'll just leave you be.
She's a battle axe.
Yeah, but to be fair, she looks like she could kill you with her step.
She just looks haunted.
Yeah, absolutely. You got that 1,000-yard stare kind of thing going on.
No.
But again, good costumes. Good costumes, good setup, good set of scenes. Yeah, the scenery's not bad. Again, what's letting this down right now is what lets down all of Classic Who, and that's the fact that it's the camera.
Yeah.
Had they shot this on 16mm, it'd look completely different.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, it also probably could have done with a bigger budget, but I know that Classic Who just kind of did what it had, did all it could with what it had. And was very creative, and for example, creative problem solving like that.
Now, if you look there, you can see the end of the stage.
Yeah, you can. absolutely. That's weird, but you know, fair enough. He's having a great time.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah,
It reminds me of Anthony Head, that fella does.
he's good as Adam. Yeah.
I wouldn't have said so.
Yeah, no, he's very Giles.
Do you think so?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. He's got the same sort of stern presence. So yeah, no, that's a gun. That's right.
That's not a twist barrel. That's barely an inch. That's
Aye.
barely a barrel.
That's a proper snub-nosed revolver.
Is it? That's one you can hide in your wallet.
Behind a tenpence.
Yeah. Just give it the old Jack Harkness, like you really don't want to know.
So yeah. So Edward Arthur plays Adam. 1998 was his last job. I'm going to check his full bio. There's nothing here saying. There's nothing here saying that he's dead.
Usually when an actor's dead, they make it fairly clear.
Yeah. It's just, probably retired.
Yeah, possibly. Maybe just doing something else. Ah, the TARDIS. I do like the idea that they've gone with a more modern Who, where it can sometimes be a bit more organic, because, the idea that the TARDIS is a living machine. And in classic Who, it's always very clinically, it's all very clean, white, and clinical, and buttons, and and I think like with Eccleston and Tennant's TARDIS, I personally think it looks a little bit more interesting, a little bit more alien. You know what I mean?
I don't think it looks more alien.
I think it does. I think it looks a bit more sort of like coral reef, kind of a bit more organic, sort of alien kind of architecture. You know what I mean? With Matt Smith, it just looks like somebody dumped a junkyard on him.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, no. Well, the first one, anyway.
Yeah, the second one again is a lot more classic.
The one that Peter Capaldi inherited was the best looking one.
Yeah, it is very nice looking. Although I don't know, because it looks a lot more like a ship, which I understand the TARDIS is technically a ship, but I mean
it's not technically. I mean, it is a ship.
Well, I don't know. Is it because it doesn't?
Yes.
I mean, it travels through space and time. I guess, but it's alive, right? It's
no, because even William Hartnell used to call it the ship.
Yeah, true.
I prefer the older TARDIS from the classic series. Personally, I like the roundels and the classic look. I'm not over keen on the wobbly rotor on this one, but
yeah. My favourite one is the original Hartnell one. I don't think it's looked better for the classic series,
Yeah.
And I have a deep affection for the original console.
Yeah.
My favourite console.
I quite like the Davison era one with all the little CRT screens on it. And
yeah. The 25th anniversary console is my favourite console.
I would agree that I think out of all the classic TARDISes, I think that's my favourite.
Out of the modern ones, though, the Capaldi console is my favourite, and the console room is my favourite.
That's the thing. I really do like the Capaldi console room.
Mm-hmm.
I would actually probably say it is my favourite. But I like the idea that they were going for with Eccleston's TARDIS. It's a bit more lived in. But
there's a difference. We can talk about this after the episode.
Yeah, we can do.
But look at that wobbly. It's
so
actually
shaky.
broken. It's
literally snapped off. Oh my god.
This thing was a wreck. It didn't look.
But they don't
good
even
from
try
the
and hide it from the camera or anything. It's just there.
At this point, when we were doing the filming,
Yeah.
didn't have a choice.
All right.
It was a case of we have to get this done before 10 p.m. and we're not going to lights off.
Yeah, true.
And this one, I don't believe this was in TC1 or TC3. I believe this was in Birmingham.
Okay.
I could be wrong on that. We'll check later, but I believe this was filmed in Birmingham. In the Birmingham studios. I don't believe they were filming in the television centre. It could have been because they were closer to location. I don't know.
Possibly.
It's something that's worth checking out.
I'm not one of your people.
It's not actually
You know that I don't want to know that.
like I most play.
Folks,
No, don't.
still around.
I believe that's why they call them old wives' tales.
Yeah. But you see what I'm saying about the Hot Fuzz bit?
yeah, absolutely.
It's very much.
There's a cultiness going
yeah.
on where it's like,
Good slap her on the face as well.
yeah.
But it was affectionate, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
It
it's
was,
just a good, like, sort of chummy kind of thing. Yeah. She's all into, like, ritual casting and
Yeah.
what have you, isn't she? She bloody knows how to do it. Sometimes you just got to contact an eldritch abomination from beyond, conceivable reality. I call him Kevin.
Grandma MacGyver.
She said, yeah, making bombs.
Just pipe bombs.
She's there teaching Michael Biehn how to do it.
Yeah. One day this will come in handy.
Yeah. Gently.
Just screws the top on. That's a cool little candle holder thing.
Mhm.
With a little snake tail on it. The greater good.
Yeah. It could have done with a few more extras, I think, this episode.
Yeah, especially in shots like these. I mean, that's not bad, but a couple more people just sort of filling up the scene.
Yeah.
eight.
And you could have worked them in earlier and
Yeah, exactly. Just had them sort of be miscellaneous characters that weave through. It is interesting that the back TARDIS door is just a door with a doorknob, you know?
interesting enough,
Okay.
that pays off later on in the episode listening with Peter Capaldi.
Oh,
So
I
it
suppose, yeah.
does.
Yeah.
Waiting is over.
It's a weird thing to
Yeah, see, now they got more people there now.
Yeah, yeah.
It's.
I mean, you gotta have no self-respecting cult only has
But it
four
would be
members.
nice if those people had been in earlier on.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Just to establish that,
That there's more than one person.
yeah, it's an actual cult and not just some crazy guy in a robe.
Yeah. And now this is all backfired onto Fendahl because Max has taken over.
Yeah. To be fair, anybody poking ancient bloody magic or science fiction artifacts should probably be careful.
The man of the Fendahl. Don't you see? Only for these 70 generations of my fathers lived. I have been used. You are being used. Mankind has been used.
He's about to get it now, isn't he? Oh.
Every time I play God, it goes badly.
There's a running theme.
It's a good. What I like with this story is the fact that Fendahl is the initial villain,
Yeah. And these
but
sort of,
he is not the guy behind it.
no.
Max is the guy that is like. So it's kind of like if Jaws was to turn on Blofeld.
Yeah, yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
It's almost like he pulls a face turn, sort of thing. But
No, he's clearly the villain.
Yeah,
But there's another guy who is more the villain.
Yeah.
Like you just offed him, but then with the gun.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I knew that was gonna happen. You don't see it.
Yeah, but this guy is the real big bad.
Yeah.
But he was essentially playing the villain.
Yeah, exactly. I get you. There's always a bigger asshole.
Yeah, and he was initially under Fendelman,
Yeah.
but then was actually he's out for his own purposes,
Oh, so you get ahead in life.
and
You
then
gotta-
turns against him.
Sometimes you gotta cap your boss and make a pact with a cult of weird dudes who worship a skull. Snake monsters.
And so she's about to become this sort of gold angel type character,
Okay.
and is left.
So this isn't just like straight up magic, right? Because they've got the time thing and the.
It's sort of using pseudoscience magic.
I guess it's that
It's
old
a
adage.
combination between the two.
I guess it's that old adage that
It's
at some point they are indistinguishable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's kind of like with the witches from Shakespeare Court.
Yeah.
So
I was
Good-
going to say
good
Silver
visual effects,
Nemesis, but I think that is just straight up magic.
no, sometimes science.
Yeah.
Oh no, you mean the witch?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Where she's cast a spell into her, takes herself by the fireplace. 'Cause it's future. Yeah, not a very successful design, I think, for me.
Ooh.
You can kind of see where they poured a bucket of KY jelly on the floor.
Yeah. Then again, it fits right at home with classic Who, I think.
I think they could have done something better. But that is Peter Ragg.
Oh, okay. How you doing, big worm thing? That is just a big worm thing. Like, that looks like something straight out of, like, the Call of Cthulhu. You know what I mean?
If it moved a bit quicker,
Yeah.
yes. But as it is, it's a bit Little Shop of Horrors.
Yeah, I can see that.
Shit the life out of me when I was a nipper.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, again, this you've got to take audience into consideration with the classic Who as well.
I always try to.
This is going out in the 1970s
Yeah.
at tea time.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
General family viewing for the 70s, Great Britain.
it's just the fact that
I'd have been about 5 when that was on.
you can't hold too much up to it.
Yeah.
Even these days with the newer ones, you can't. I would love them to do a post Watershed Doctor Who,
Yeah, absolutely.
but
That's why I still think there should be a unit TV show.
yeah,
But, you know.
but the fact is that when you got these sort of things, the reason why I don't think that works as successfully as a creature
Yeah.
is because it just can't move fast.
It is limited by
You
the
can
puppetry.
yeah,
of it,
let's walk away from this villain.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, to be fair, it could work if you've got a very tight, compact space to be in. Like, if you've literally just got nowhere to go.
But if
could
you
work.
can move faster through the set,
Yeah.
that would be better.
Just
That
a
would-
little bit faster as well. You
Yeah.
wouldn't even have to go crazy.
No, but again, you couldn't go any faster because you literally only move his feet like that,
Exactly.
little steps.
So those ones you could have had like stagehands helping him out. I mean, that's a puppet.
Put him on a skateboard.
Yeah, that would work. Get some
No,
wheels
it
on-
wouldn't.
Get some wheels under him.
Cowabunga.
Cowabunga, dude.
Straight into the set. Walls coming down.
Oh my god, the Doctor has a twin gauge.
It's Johnny Rockall.
He's about to go ham. This is my boomstick. No? Okay.
Again, good lighting.
Is that like a censorship thing? Because I noticed it as well in Sea Devils. When they shoot the Sea Devils, they don't squib them or anything. Is that a budget thing, a censorship thing, or maybe like a bit of both?
I would say both.
Yeah.
They don't show, like when they shot, when Max shot Fendelman,
Yeah, cut away.
he cut away, cut
Cut
back,
back, and
and
he's
then he's got a blood streak down the side of his face.
Okay, that's the.
I mean, like in older Who, in like Troughton era,
Mm.
when they shot them, they did have squibs
Okay.
and blood.
Yeah.
It's pretty much these days they don't.
I just think it was. I mean, obviously you got to remember the age ratings were different, and TV. You know, I don't know. It's always kind of like. I guess it was just sort of a time when you have to realize that when you're watching something, there's always a chance that it's going to be a little bit.
Right.
There's going to be some edge to it. But
So what
that's okay.
you were unaware of
Yeah.
is a little old lady named Mary Whitehouse.
I think you've said about before, or have at least looked it up or something.
Yeah, she was the bane of Doctor Who.
Yeah. She really didn't like the whole thing, but mainly violence and that sort of thing.
She wasn't a fan of kids seeing horror.
Or sex, or swearing.
Yeah.
Yeah, or violence.
But I guarantee you that woman saw more porno films than the average UK male in her lifetime, just so she could complain about it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think sometimes it genuinely is probably good to scare the shit out of the kids, you know, just it's good for the character.
Yeah, when I initially saw the angels in Voyage of the Damned,
Yeah.
that's what I initially thought.
It reminds me of the for some reason the chicks from the Eyes of Pompeii with the eyes on the you know, just because of the way they're painted.
No, but I when I first saw Voyage of the Damned and I saw those angels,
Gold angel.
it was like very similar outfits.
Yeah, absolutely.
Gold face. It was like, oh, what are they doing here?
Yeah.
And I thought maybe they were doing something more with the Fendahl. Yeah. And I was like, oh.
Something related. There was a head and a forklift.
Yeah.
But, you know.
Again, if you watch the earlier episodes now,
Yeah.
compared to this one, the lighting in these last two episodes is completely different.
Yeah.
So they've changed the tone of the episode and they've changed the lighting of the episode to match the tone.
Yeah, it's gone a lot more. Well, I mean that's all dark around the outside there, but in those shots, it's just gone a lot more stark contrast.
It's very
Very hard lights, hard edge, shadow. A lot of smoke as well. So it's good.
And they do a lot with a single-sided set.
Yes. Yeah. But the bloody stage is literally just there.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, one event that. Oh, jeez.
Oh my god.
No.
You can see right under the stage.
Well, I mean, where they got the lights lighting up the side of the ground.
This wasn't originally in this aspect of the show, though, so I don't know.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Was it?
Yeah, in this. Yeah.
Well,
You would have seen. No. But this is 4.3.
Does it mean stretch?
Upscaled.
Oh, okay. In which case, I know what it was.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
But yeah, when you see under the stage, see the light that's lighting up the pentagram, it's not good.
No.
Nice little thing here for the end for Maximilian. I think maybe it's a bit quick. I know they're going to wrap the episode.
Yeah. I mean, villain's gonna die. I get that. Or something horrible's gonna happen to him.
I think it's good.
Doctor's packing heat loads in this episode, isn't he? Picking up every piece he can find.
Scarf just caught on something.
Yeah. I was going to. It's like 11.5 feet long.
Again, runs around the set. Pops himself off camera.
Goes and has a fag break.
I think if I was going to change what one of Antham's doing there, as the sort of Fendahl thing, I think what I would have done is I would have actually picked it up off the floor, put on wires.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, obviously she's threatening this guy now, but having little run around with a bloody knife just like this, I mean, I don't know if I fancy that, but
Yeah, and the reason why he says he has to stop the Fendahl is because if the Fendahl take over the planet, they'll kill everyone. There will only be one life form left.
bad? Bad. Yeah, that's bad. I remember that. Cool.
Looks a lot more effective when it's laid down like that, doesn't it? Looks less
Yeah.
done like a puppet.
They probably could have done with a bit more jelly in that one,
Mhm.
I think. But, you know, can't be perfect, I suppose.
And I've got a few. If I remember this rightly, there's a lot of cutaway stock shots in this, but they do it really, really quick,
Hmm.
and it's quite effective.
Well, I guess if it's just to convey a very quick idea to the audience, that's all you need, really, isn't it?
Oh, it's really quick flashes, but
But all it has to do is say set in or whatever. It doesn't have to linger on anything. It's a Voltron.
it's a Gestalt. Like Legion.
It's a Megazord.
Yes.
Yes.
This had a terrible book cover.
Hmm.
Matthew, pause by us. Just tell Twitter to plug out Fendahl.
Yeah, damn right.
Fendahl.
I mean, the oppose violence thing with the
Yeah.
Doctor is always very.
It's I always it's more of a New Who thing. It's much more of a New Who thing.
Yeah. I mean, there'll be many times when the Doctor has openly tried to murder enemies, like that time he tried to shoot Davros, or that time he killed all those Daleks. I mean, he doesn't like the Daleks.
His abhorrence to violence is the fact that he will execute violence, but it's still something that he finds beneath him.
I mean, I've always sort of found
You still do it,
yeah, I've always sort of found the
but
Doctor
these
being-
days they've got this notion that the Doctor is this higher character.
I mean, don't get me wrong. Well, I mean, even in modern Who, it's not like he never stoops to violence, but it just seems to be like when he does, it's a bit more of a moment. You know what I mean? And I think it's one of those things that kind of was phased out as part of his art.
Given that we just watched the Sea Devils, where he kicks the piss out of two Sea Devils,
Yeah, that was
has a sword fight with
Master,
the Master. It's just like literally, unless you just give both barrels to a Fendahl.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
It is weird seeing the Doctor pack a shotgun. I won't lie. It is a bit strange. I understand that it's not like buckshot or whatever, or he's not like putting slugs into it, but still, the visual of seeing Tom Baker.
But the point is that when you get a new modern Who,
yeah,
where it's like, oh, this guy is totally doesn't carry a gun, doesn't. It's kind of like Batman doesn't kill.
yeah, but I kind of prefer it personally. I think
No, because that's not. This is not who the person has been for the first 27 years.
he's sort of been that. He's just sometimes like
Rubbish.
he's different. Like
Rubbish.
Doctor Who-
He blew up Scarrow. Remembers the Daleks?
He did kill every bastard one in that solar system.
I mean,
Like
like
then again, the Time
this
Lord
guy's
killed
into
people.
genocide.
He does it a few times, doesn't he? He's I mean, what did David Tennant's Doctor say? Look up genocide in the dictionary. You'll find a little picture of me there.
Mhm.
Yeah, he's got a point. That's sort of Weeping Angel, isn't it?
It's
A
yeah.
bit more Medusa-y as well. I don't know. You're getting that kind of vibe. One trigger, two triggers. It's very simple. I love the chop. The Doctor Who karate chops, man. They get it.
Yeah.
They do.
It's like an advanced Spock move.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Time Lord chop.
Yeah. As far as I remember with Leela,
Yeah.
she ends up going to the Time Lord Academy.
Mm.
Something weird goes on. There's a lot of things go on whereby there's sort of back and forth. She gets sent off to fight battles and things like that. She ends up in a prison
Mm.
and dies in prison.
That's it.
And then at a later stage, I believe she gets like reincarnated as a character called Emily. If
Is this all like extended universe
Yeah,
stuff?
yeah.
So it's like audiobooks or comics
Yeah.
or whatever. Yeah.
But
Well, fair enough. I mean, it's weird, but sure.
But that's really, you don't really find out the fate of Leela. That's the only written down fate of Leela
Yeah.
after when she leaves in Invasion of Time.
Yeah. So it might be sort of extended canon, but it's sort of the only thing we've got.
That's the only thing you got. Yeah.
Oh, well, that's a weird transition. But
Yeah.
Nah, she travels back in time to the 1990s and becomes the head of a family in Walford. I've seen it on the telly.
The son named Joe, is it?
oh, that's a big box with a fun logo on the front.
So there's a total of 5 minutes.
Yes.
That's probably why Mick Jagger moved out if they're going to blow it up.
Exactly.
Yeah, he knew what was going on and he liked it.
So, as an interesting point on that, actually, during when they made this, when they were shooting the nighttime scene and they had to illuminate the outside of the house,
Yeah.
actually, just so you know, when they had there's a lot of smoke in the forest,
Mhm.
and that was produced off the smoke generators, but then was produced off the generators because they all caught fire. So, and the BBC had to write a letter to Mick Jagger
yeah.
to say thank you for lending us your house. By the way, we almost burnt it down.
Classic.
Please don't sue.
Classic. Oh, BBC, you and your health and safety regulations. Yeah.
If it could move better.
It's an interesting case of this hero's not being able to hit anyway.
Yeah.
The thing is, it does
Salt,
have
all packed with salt as well.
Yeah. It seems to be a sweetness.
Yeah, well, the next slugs.
Yeah.
I guess.
And you can't put slugs into a slug. I mean, obviously, I feel like if you shot it hard enough, it'd probably die. But I mean, I'm taking a very efficient approach.
I don't know. It started off as a woman, and then
It's got some sort of higher
that's the
ability.
skull that is made of reflective tip.
Yeah. Okay. Very clearly it is, but it's kind of nice.
It's actually quite effective.
It is. The only problem I have with it is you can see some of the lines of the tape. But if it was a bit more, give it a wire brush or something, it'd be nice. But just smooth it up. I wonder if this time is actually accurate.
No, not to the episode, no.
No, I don't think so. It's very cinematic time almost.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at.
Run away!
No, what was clever about that shot was when he actually hit the switch,
Yeah.
was actually tied to the tape deck.
Alright.
The tape deck that was running the time,
Mm.
actually when he hit it, it switched on to the pause.
Ah.
Those,
Okay. Everything's gone ethereal and
yeah.
just use a vacuum cleaner. Just suck it.
That's
with a vacuum
quite a
cleaner.
scary image, mind.
It is a bit.
For again, you're talking 1970s tea time. The ghostly image of Fendahl, of
Yeah,
her.
yeah. Her sort of visage.
And that's a very ghostly graveyardy image anyway.
Yeah, exactly. I could
When
definitely.
when them eyes painted on, that is as creepy as fuck anyway.
Isn't it? It's really effective.
It's just the way she also only ever has sort of like 3 poses, you know. She has this sort of like almost like a godliness, I suppose, to it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean, like it's a very higher being kind of thing. And it's weird. And it's got that kind of. I think the eyes thing is kind of cool as well. It's the sort of seeing without seeing kind of thing.
Yeah.
Like if they don't need to see, you need to be worried.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I've always had that kind of thing. You're gonna need to do more than keep your head down. a little yellow logo on that box tells me anything, this is going to be a big one.
No, the box was to contain the skull.
Oh, in which case then it's probably going to be a little fat and everybody's going to have a good old time.
And now that's an interesting effect, which is the whole reflecting it off polythene and just pinching it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, this is the stock
Yeah.
footage, which is
Reversing.
he said it was an implosion. So this is the idea of how you make an implosion work.
Yeah.
So it pulls in.
Yeah. I mean, it definitely looks like reversed footage is
Yes.
the problem, but I can see with what they're going for, and in context, yes, it's fine. I mean, how else would you do it? I suppose with the time and money they had.
What money?
Yeah. The budget of a ham sandwich.
The
With
promise.
no hand.
I owe you one ham sandwich, signed Doctor Who. Oh, there you go. You okay?
New suit.
Yeah. Which I find more familiar for whatever reason.
Well, I think that is the. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Where the hell were you this episode?
He was malfunctioning.
Fat lot of good that is.
That's it. The image of the Fendahl.
Nice.
All over, all done.
Well, hey.
There we go. Let's press stop here.
That's another one that shot past.
Yeah. I mean, the 4-parters tend to go a lot quicker than the 6. Anyway, but
Yeah, 40 minutes shorter, I suppose.
it's a very bottle episode.
Yeah, very much so.
Studio bound.
Very small location range. There's not a lot of.
Yeah, there's not. They shot at Mick Jagger's place, and that's pretty much it.
Exactly.
Which
I guess for a horror setting works quite well because it confines the characters. Makes
well,
it more
there's
tense.
no real actual. They don't actually say, "Oh, it's here."
Yeah, exactly.
You know, it's just that it seems like this isolated location.
Yeah.
Again, this is traditional horror trope.
Yeah.
100%.
100%. Just put the character somewhere and make it hard to get away from or go.
Again,
trap them
I
somewhere.
think they're basically taking what they had learned from previous Doctor Who episodes. Again, probably the most famous one is probably Horror of Fang Rock, whereby they're in a lighthouse. That's
That's a great episode.
Yeah, Horror of Fang Rock is a fantastic classic Who. But again, similar sort of thing though. You take your characters, you put them in an isolated area that they can't get out of, can't get away from. You lock them in there with a monster, and
They're gonna deal with it.
And that's.
I mean, obviously. I don't know. I was going to say classic Doctor Who doesn't have many cons with killing off characters, but usually in a horror setting you'd have a higher body count. You know what I mean? Like a lot more threat. But this one had a different. It was a lot more psychological, kind of like what you were saying earlier. It's a bit.
I mean, you had a body count. You
couple of characters.
The first one was the hiker.
Yeah.
Then the guard.
Yeah. True.
Then Fendelman.
Yeah, Fendelman went.
Then Maximilian.
Yeah, there was a couple of people in there.
Then Thea.
Yeah.
So there was a few.
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
Not massive, not like
no, not like Friday the 13th levels and just killing characters, but it's good because it establishes them. It shows you who these people are.
Again, if it had had a bigger budget, you'd have had a bigger cast.
True. Yeah. True.
again, that my we've talked about this several times, but that's my problem that I've got with the episodes like Ghost Monument is that they don't kill off characters.
Yeah, I can see what you mean, because like Ghost Monument, for example, would have been a prime opportunity because they're in a savage sort of wasteland area, a lot of traps, a lot of enemies. Would have been a prime opportunity to show some danger.
Have you ever seen the film The Cube?
Yes, I have.
So imagine The Cube, but on a planetary scale.
Yeah.
And that's, I mean, not as gory.
No, you can show The Cube on 7 o'clock on a Saturday.
No,
but
I mean, as an episode, I don't know, Chris. How do you feel that the episode went?
I think that's a great episode. I like the more enclosed, claustrophobic stories like that.
Yeah.
I quite like a small ensemble cast and the smaller locations. It was nice they had a bit of outside location and a lot of studio stuff. Don't know, for the horror stories, I think that works better for me.
I think it does well that it's also the setting is pretty much a Victorian manor.
Yeah. It's got a sort of natural gothic.
It's got a classic gothic setting. The story to me, I mean, I can look at later episodes like Ghostlight. Yeah. Which have a similar feel.
I like Ghostlight. Ghostlight's a great one.
So that's got a similar tone, similar feel to it.
Yeah.
I think the successes of the episode actually fall into a couple of different things. First of all, the actors.
Yeah.
The actors are great in it.
Performances all around.
The old woman is amazing.
Yeah.
She's absolutely amazing in it. The sets, as we all previously mentioned, the sets are awesome.
A few malfunctions here and there, but
that's not a failing of the set.
No, the sets themselves are really well done.
Where the camera pans so far over that you can see under the set,
that's a different.
That's not a problem with the set. That's a problem with the
camera work.
The camera work.
There,
So yeah, there's that. I think that the costumes look good. I have no problems with any of the costumes in it. Like the farmer look was very traditional.
Yeah.
But it was very.
It's interesting that like you said about the time period earlier, you really can't actually pinpoint it down to an exact time period.
There's no real sort of. It's very nebulous.
Yeah, it sort of could be anywhere between sort of like the 50s and the 70s, but or even later. But it's got this sort of timelessness to it. It's kind of.
I mean, given that's an old mansion, it could be set present day.
Yeah, that's true.
So the fact that it's got the old rotary phones,
could just be a byproduct of where it is.
I mean, if you've got grants,
there's a rotary phone.
There's a rotary phone. She got a rotary phone. So it's not a case of it couldn't exist at the time period.
Yeah.
There's no need for, because they're all in one place. There's no need because even if they set it in modern day, you wouldn't necessarily have a cell phone.
Yeah, exactly.
Modern phone, because these people are in a room working scientifically. So you wouldn't have something like that. So wouldn't RF signal would interfere with equipment.
Yes.
So that would be ruled out anyway as a natural part of the script.
Yeah, so it could be set in 2025.
Yeah. No. So it's the fact that it mentions later on the 77.
Yeah.
Is neither here nor there. But the actual span of where this episode was set.
Yeah.
If you remember the fact that they run past a 70s car later on in the episode. But even then,
a lot of 70s cars are around where I live.
Yeah.
Older ones, in fact.
Yeah.
A lot of some 30s cars, in fact.
So the actual script itself, the story works pretty much on any level, on any time period set in.
Exactly.
You could have set it sort of 1900s, early 1900s.
The computers and stuff.
I mean, but looking at it, but it's still in the sort of Frankenstein's
sort of area, ballpark, I guess.
It's that kind of feeling.
Yeah, it's got a sort of Mary Shelley-ness to it, I suppose. But the one thing I will say, and obviously you did touch on it earlier, was the creature effect.
The actual
I feel like a lot of Doctor Who episodes suffer from it. And it does suck because really there's such a suspenseful feeling in it. There's such a feeling of dread. To sort of see the thing. I
tell you what I think works with that. What doesn't? I think the puppet Fendahl, the embryotic ones.
Yeah.
I think they work well.
They work okay. Yeah, they work fine.
It's the bigger one that I have.
It's the grown Fendahl.
Peter Rag and the rubber who can't walk.
Yeah, exactly. I like the sort of squiddy, weird mouth things. And
Yeah.
I like the shape and the design of it. It doesn't translate very well.
You can't be, if you can't move, you can't be a threat.
Exactly.
It's
But how much worse would it have looked if they'd have had one of the small ones blue screened up to look like a big one? So I mean, at least as
Well,
bad as it looked, at least it was a practical thing that was on the set with them.
yeah. But I see. Yeah, but there's other ways you could have gone around it. You didn't have to scale it up. You could have scaled the set down.
True, you could have had a miniature, the whole thing.
Yeah.
Especially since there are shots where you don't see any of the actors on
Yeah.
set at the same time.
And you see, the thing is, you can do a cutaway, so you can have the camera facing them, facing like Tom Baker and all that.
Yeah, and then
They cut to the reverse,
miniature.
and then have this thing come whisping down the corridor.
Yeah. And I would definitely go puppet over stop motion.
I would have, yeah.
But still, I think that is really the only thing I can really look at the episode for. I mean, other than some glaring cinematography errors here and there, the only thing I can really look at it.
I mean, the other way of getting around that as well, with the puppet in particular, is to have the puppet set, have the live action set, until literally split screen. And if you put a pillar, which they had in the set,
they did have pillars.
you could have lined it down the line of the pillar.
Yeah, the matte scene
to hide the seam.
Yeah.
So you got a left and a right. Plus, you could have feathered it so that the soft join. And I think that would have worked better. Just in principle, just to give the thing movement.
Yeah, because it's so slow and honestly, I don't know, because the way they shoot it probably isn't. I wouldn't have lit it as well. I wouldn't have lit it as well as they did. It's kind of bright green and a bit silly.
No, it's not.
Well,
I mean, it's a medium green, but they lit it with green lights.
That's what I mean. It looks weird, and it's like it looks like it doesn't sort of fit in with the rest of it because of the tone, right? The lighting is so harsh, but it's so atmospheric. You got the smoke in the scene, you got the everything going on, and then you got this big bright green worm thing. And I can get what they're going for because it does kind of look Lovecraftian and it kind of looks horrific, but then it's a slow lumbering slug thing, and it's bright neon green, and it's.
Yeah, I mean that was a problem we talked about when we were doing the Twin Dilemma.
Yeah.
Which is the fact that you had these slugs which were supposed to have destroyed this planet and taken over, and it's just like you're gonna run away from these things, and it's like go walk away from them.
Yeah. You can take a casual stroll away.
Yeah.
One thing I will say about the Fendahl thing, I'm not going to keep defending it.
Yeah.
But I think it was better than I remembered because when I was like thinking about this episode before we put it on, having not seen it for a few years, for some reason I remembered it as a bloody sock puppet. So for me, what we got was an improvement of my memory.
It's right. So the actual, like I said, with the actual Fendahl, the Fendahl,
the little ones, yeah,
the small ones as the puppets, they're very successful. I have no problems when you see those things and they're all on the set and everything.
Them, yeah.
And they're on people. It's very very creepy, and the fact they've got the sort of like the wings on the side like a cobra head.
Yeah, almost as if they like that sort of
like a flame. I think maybe I would have put maybe a couple of rods from just so that it could do that. You know. But it's.
I'm thinking kind of like the dinosaur from Jurassic Park.
Yeah.
Things. But
yes.
Yeah.
Those again. That's why I would have done it probably to make it have that sort of reaction.
Exactly.
In terms of how successful it is as a modern story, as an older story in a modern setting, we're talking 45 years. I think it holds up really well.
Yeah, damn near 50 years old. It works. I mean, considering the things that I'm looking at personally, kind of minor, really, when it comes down to it. The overall story is effective. I love the prop for the skull. I love the way that they do that. I love like the lighting, the acting, the costume.
The lighting in this episode is probably the most successful thing.
Yeah,
the fact that you start off with the start of the story where everything is in light. Everything progresses, and as you progress, you get more dramatic lighting towards the end. Yeah, to the point whereby literally they've decided to take bits of the set away, just hang blacks.
Yeah, it was also really effective and so minimalist as well. Like a lot of things wouldn't do that, and it works. It works really well with such a little thing.
Like I said, good performances all around. it's interesting that they threw in the Maximilian plot on top of what was happening with Dr. Fendahl.
Yeah.
The fact that Maximilian was sort of his underling, and then you think it's Fendelman that's going to be the big bad, and it turns out that he's not the big bad. That Maximilian's the big bad.
Almost a red herring sort of thing.
Yeah, kind of. I mean, he is a bad guy.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because he stops Adam from contacting the police and all that.
Yeah.
But then Max turns on him and chases him up, and then it turns out that, well, guess what? He's not the big bad either.
Yeah, there's a worse guy.
Yeah,
it's interesting.
There's always a bigger fish.
Yeah, exactly. you don't usually see plots like that in.
It's quite layered. I mean, I think if you were to do it as a modern setting for Doctor Who, I think that would work equally as well as any Doctor Who story.
I mean, these 4 parts, each of them about 20 minutes, it comes to about a 2-parter in modern Who, right? So, considering that, yeah, I would also say so. Because if it was a 6-part episode, and there were more subplots going on, which usually in Classic Who isn't the case, it's usually quite padded and whatever, but with this one, I think, it's got about the same amount of time, and it tells a couple of good stories that all interweave, good subplots, and which is something you don't really see a lot in modern Who. You don't see a lot of bait and switches. You don't see a lot of things like that, and I think it's really good for.
I mean, but one thing that bothers me quite a bit in modern Who, in particular with, I think we mentioned this when we were watching the Matt Smith 11th Hour.
All right.
When it came to sort of Peter Capaldi as well, is the amount of modern Who episodes where it's defeated by love.
The power of love.
And to be
fair, that is the ultimate evil destroying force of the universe. The power of love. Or friendship. Friendship's a good one.
Yeah.
Trust is another one.
No, but I mean, there's quite a few episodes of modern Who whereby it's, they defeat the Cybermen with love.
Yeah, they blow them up with love.
And literally.
Yeah, he actually says it in the episode.
Yeah.
And I get it. It's a good thing to do. It's a very uplifting kind of story beat. I'm not against the idea, but it's also nice to blow things up with salt and shock.
You didn't use explosives.
What do we use? A shitload of C4.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I'm finding the more we watch these classic episodes, it's really showing up how lackluster the writing is in modern Who.
It does.
It really does, because I mean, there was absolutely nothing wrong with that script at all. You get the occasional bit of ham acting over the top, but not very often in this one. But I just found the newer Who, it's just like bang, 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 because I don't seem to be crediting anyone with an attention span. Whereas that one, over like the 100 minutes for the episode, whatever it was, there was plenty there, and it wasn't boring in the slightest.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, like we were talking about this when we were doing Sea Devils.
Yeah.
And you haven't seen Sea Devils for a long time.
No, not for a long time.
And like I said, with Sea Devils, it's very difficult to take. It's a 6-parter that's very difficult to remove anything from. Because initially, when we were talking about the show before we watched it, if I remember rightly, last week, Chris, I said that maybe it could be shortened down. And then when we watched the episode, it was like, I don't know what you could pull out of there without putting a hole in it.
And
the sacrifice in modern Who tends to sacrifice for excitement.
I was going to say
really good
they
storytelling.
don't usually with modern Who. You wouldn't get a 6-part story. Absolutely, you get overarching arcs and things like that.
But we've had 3-parters.
We've had
3-parters of 45. The 3-parters of 45 minutes is still.
But at the same time, what I was going to say was that I was going to say, well, they don't stretch episodes out very often, so I understand if they want to chop things down and make them more concise and what have you. But then I realised this episode is the same length as a 2-parter in modern Who.
Yeah.
And I think what it is, and it might actually come down to this, right? And I don't know if it does, but this is what I'm thinking. In Classic Who, probably they didn't have as big an effects budget, didn't have as big an action, they didn't have a stunt team, didn't have things like that. So I'm assuming they didn't have to, they couldn't rely on that. They couldn't rely on wowing the audience all the time. They had to have decent storytelling first and foremost.
I don't know if it comes down to Flash.
No.
I think, right, for my personal feeling about how you write something,
Yeah.
about how you write a story, is that you should be able to write a story that should work if you set it in the middle of nowhere, if you set it in a city, if you set it in the past, if you set it in the future.
Right.
You shouldn't be relying on Deus Ex Machina
Yeah.
to come in and save the day.
Yeah. Yeah. Obviously.
And with modern Who, there's a lot of sonic screwdriver in.
Yeah.
A lot.
It's more of a plot device than a.
No.
It's
In episodes, he
I
has
mean,
saved.
in Flatline, for
Flatline,
example.
dinosaurs on the spaceship.
Yeah.
The bloody again, Ghost Monument.
All of Series 11.
Yeah, Series 11 is just pretty much.
She's a very sonic heavy doctor.
Oh, she does more waving around with a wand than bloody Harry Potter.
Yeah. There's a lot of that. Which is weird.
It's probably a good job they don't make an R-rated Who with her in charge. 'Cause I dread to think what that Sonic could do.
Oh my god.
But the end spins around.
Oh Jesus Christ.
Rampant Sonic.
I would like to see a later, a more adulty take. I've always said I would like a more adulty take on Doctor Who.
I don't think so. I just think Doctor Who needs balls again, and I don't mean that in the literal
no,
way. I
no,
just
but-
think it needs a bit of courage, a bit of edge to it.
I know, right?
You know.
But that's always been my argument: is that they should always ask for forgiveness, not permission.
Yes, exactly.
That was always the
Treehouse of Horror. You know,
that was always the thing with the classic Who.
Yeah.
But again, when we were watching, I think we talked about this back when. Oh God, I'm trying to think which episode it was. But there was one where they actually made mention about the makeup that they did for Waters of Mars.
Yeah.
And when they did the makeup for Waters of Mars, it was going to look more horrific.
Which it still does look pretty damn creepy.
Yeah, but it was going to look more horrific, more like it was more like necrotized flesh.
Oh right, okay.
And they asked them for permission to do it, and instead of just doing it and putting it out there, they asked them, "Well, could we do this?" And they said no.
Like that's the thing. With
if they had done it,
I don't know what kind of censorship Doctor Who comes under. I don't know what kind of people they're dealing with, but I'm thinking, it's possible that they could put a show on, have because they know the general guidelines of what you can and cannot get away with. So kind of don't push the envelope ridiculously, but at least have some spine. You know what I mean? At least do something.
Yeah, I mean there's certain regulations that you have to abide by anyway.
Yeah,
just to make an age rating.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just to make an age rating. Anyway, anytime you make an age rating, if you're going to make a film and you want to be in the PG category, or what they call it, PG-13 category,
you can't have too much swearing.
You can't swear. You can only swear. You can only drop the F-bomb once, I think, or something like that.
It depends on the country.
It's limited amount of swearing, no nudity, no violence, or minimum violence, or the type of violence has to be
it can't be
comedic
too
or
focused on the actual injury.
It can't look too brutal.
And I think realism or a lot of the time comes into it as well. But with Doctor Who, and I'm not saying, to be honest with you, I literally don't think every episode of Doctor Who should be a horror. I don't think every episode should be, look at how scary these aliens are. But I think when an alien should be scary, it should be scary. Yeah. I think if the Cybermen are going to show up, Cybermen are a horrific concept. But they're sort of neutered with overuse.
Well, I think you've seen what my Cybermen would be like.
Yeah, I've seen. You showed me a couple of concepts.
Yeah. So I think you know where I stand with Cybermen.
Exactly, and I agree. And that's the thing. But even then, not even just the Cybermen, but Weeping Angels are a good example of things that are scary in Doctor Who modern.
Used to be.
But they've been they've been toned down. And with the bloody Statue of Liberty Angel, that was the last nail in the coffin. It's silly now. You can't have Weeping Angels anymore.
No, you could have Weeping Angels.
I know. But
my see again, the way I would do a Weeping Angel story now is to have one Weeping Angel. Yeah. It's to have these people on a planet in a big empty space by themselves and one Weeping Angel on the loose. Yeah. And that's how you scare. That's how you scare the piss out of people.
It's Alien with a stone statue.
Alien 3.
Yeah, exactly. But less of an absolute mess.
And Alien 3, but without the bad upside down green
puppets.
Yeah, they've definitely diluted a few of the the monsters. I mean, I don't think they've diluted the Daleks too much because that last one,
Yeah.
with mind control, have kind of made that a bit more
I think
scary again. But Cybermen have been so diluted, like
Iron
your
Man.
boy there said, like it's a horrific concept. Well, it was, but in Modern Who, they've not really shown up until the last one with Bill in it. They've
Yeah.
not really shown how horrific that is, and basically turned him into Iron Man.
but again, that's what I loved with the original concept of the Cybermen. Why Tomb of the Cybermen is one of my favourite
I
episodes.
do love Tomb of the Cybermen.
It's really good,
It is
isn't
a
it?
good,
But
solid
that's one
story.
that we got to do at some point.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, we'll put it on the list after that one. Go on,
Well.
Tomb of the Cybermen.
Aye.
It's on the list.
There we go.
Yeah, it's very, very, very worthy of a show. Again, I don't know if you did see it, but do you remember I said about doing the watching the fan film Deconstruction? That is still, if you haven't seen it, watch it. I'll guarantee you, it's probably one of the best Cyberman stories that has ever been done out
I
there.
don't know what that is.
So it's a fan film called Deconstruction.
Right.
It's a silent film. It was made about 15 years ago,
Okay.
right? They took the Cybermen from Tomb of the Cybermen
Yeah.
and they decided to make those guys the villain. They copied the outfit as perfectly as possible.
Yeah.
They then shot it in what I believe was probably a construction yard or something like that.
Yeah.
But they done these visual effect shots to it to kind of digitally mat it to make it look like it was a mining asteroid.
Yeah.
And basically what the story is that these people on this mining asteroid get invaded by Cybermen.
Yeah.
And the doctors know it and found. This is what happens
It's a
to people.
doctorless doctor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is what happens when the doctor isn't around and the Cybermen show up.
Yeah.
And it's a story about these two people. And again, it's a silent episode. Shot in black and white as well, which gives you some real atmosphere as well.
Yeah.
I
I feel like with the Tomb Cyberman, it's going to be very, very.
and when you get to the end of the episode as well,
Yeah.
and it's like I said, it's one story. Deconstruction is absolutely probably one of the best Cybermen stories because I think there's like one line of dialogue in the entire film.
Yeah.
And it's hard.
Is it?
It's a knock.
We'll say no more. I'll have to check it out. We'll have to chuck it on or something.
It's for a Cyberman story. It goes to show you whereby if a fan's going to write a story, where fanfic done well, works really good. Like
absolutely.
But so if you haven't seen it, check it out. It's a Doctor Who fan film called Deconstruction, and it's a Cyberman story without the Doctor.
Yeah, I have actually seen it. I've just I just called it up to have a look, see how long it was, and it's like, oh yeah, I have watched that. 22 minutes.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's very, very good.
Yeah, it is. It's a stunner of an episode, considering how well it's put together as well. Because the Cybermen look exactly as they do in Tomb of the Cybermen.
Right. Okay. Cool.
I mean, it's a cheap outfit to make, obviously.
Yeah,
by places they stand. It's not a difficult in terms of cosplay.
You could pull that off.
Yeah, it's a good little outfit to put together. So I think we can get back to talking a little bit more about the image of Fendahl.
Yeah,
we were talking about the TARDIS console room.
Yeah, that's in pieces.
That console is just the bane. I hate that console.
I never noticed the fact that literally, like, cause you know, classic Who, you think with the sets they make, especially for like the spacey sets, you know, like Space Station, Spaceship. It's very artificial, and you're gonna have bits that wobble, and it's just part of the territory with classic Who, and you kind of go into it. But the fact that the bloody time rotor, the bit flying up, the bit of plastic wobbling off the side.
So there's a couple of things that they did differently with that particular console.
Yeah.
That you might notice as opposed to other consoles. The first thing you're going to notice is that it's kind of on what I personally refer to as the cake base.
Right.
So the actual time rotor itself is sitting on a round piece of wood.
Yeah.
That looks like it was built for a wedding cake.
Right. Okay.
Right. And this thing pops out of the TARDIS. So when it goes up and down,
Yeah.
instead of coming up to the rotor, it comes straight
Oh
down.
my god.
And it as it's coming down, when it goes up, it's not too bad.
Yeah.
When it comes back down, it literally is
Just
making its way
jangles
back down,
Yeah.
and it just causes the whole thing to wobble. The other thing is that when they made that particular version of the time rotor,
Yeah.
to get in and out of the damn thing,
Mm.
if a bulb needed replacing or something like that, what they did, instead of having a hard shell time rotor,
Yeah.
they had a acetate sheet and wrapped it around and just screwed it down there, wrapped it around, and then screwed it down there again.
Right, okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, they just sort of
They
double-laid it with
literally took an acetate sheet
Yeah.
and went like that and just screwed it down.
That's so bad.
And it looks
Well, the
wobbly.
thing is, I understand the Doctor Who didn't have a lot of money.
Yes.
I understand they were always kind of fighting for airtime and money and all kinds of crap. But literally, none of them pop down to B&Q and grab some better shit.
No being
Seriously. Okay, but you know what I mean. You know what I mean. I know, right? Sure. But it's like it's not
Again,
that hard just to build.
So I think one of the failings of the TARDIS set has always been overlit.
I would agree.
I think if you knocked the bloody studio lights off
Yeah.
and let some of the backlight in from the roundels and the lights on the console actually do some work.
I think that's actually kind of why I'm not as keen on the clinical white set. Like, don't get me wrong, I like it for what it is, and it is very much classic Who, and I couldn't imagine classic Who without the white TARDIS interior. But I think the reason I like Capaldi's TARDIS better, other than the fact that it is obviously very much better made and what have you, but it has an atmosphere to it. You know, like same with Tennant's TARDIS, same with even Matt Smith's junk TARDIS. At least it has.
Let me just have a look here because I want to see if there's a picture of Sylvester's TARDIS when they actually blew the lights. Because there was a point whereby the set was absolutely shagged.
Yeah.
And they actually TARDIS interior. Let's try that because it'll pull up all sorts of things. There's a shot of it when probably the last appearance, and they
I'm assuming McCoy's TARDIS for the most part was the same since the 25th, right?
Again, the sets changed based on the TARDIS set changed based on who's putting it together when they put it out of storage.
Right. Okay.
But in I think it was the last appearance because they were so shagged and they blown so the 80s had a problem with the BBC because during the time when things were happening around the time when they were making Doctor Who and all that back in the 80s. First of all, you had to fire the BBC.
Yeah.
Then they had the big asbestos issue.
Right.
Which was that anything with asbestos had to be stripped out.
Yeah. Okay.
Because they discovered that asbestos was causing
bad
cancer.
for you.
Yeah. So and the BBC had this one after the other.
Yeah. Right.
So
it was a bit of a rough road for them for a bit.
Yeah. So when it came to making Doctor Who, again, there's a point whereby the Sixth Doctor's TARDIS was put up in a car park under a tent. Because that
doesn't surprise me, but
that's how they had to film it. That's just what they had to do.
That sucks, but that's the way it is.
I mean, people talk about.
There's a lot of fan design going on here, isn't there?
No, that's Chris Tucker's.
Right.
They can't see.
Oh, yeah. Apologies. He's Google image searching a bunch of TARDIS interiors trying to find a specific one.
Yes.
And
I'm trying to find the last. Yeah, I'm trying to find the last incarnation.
It's a common occurrence.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find the last incarnation of Sylvester McCoy's TARDIS.
Well, Ian said in the chat that Battlefield is lit darkly.
Yeah.
I guess you'll find out next week or whenever.
Yeah, it'll be next week.
Okay.
I'm gonna spell Battlefield wrong.
Good effort.
There it is.
Aha. Nice one, Mr. Ian. So good show.
No, yeah, but the roundels have been changed.
Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, that's absolutely.
So that's how buggered the TARDIS set was when you can't afford to have the roundels. I mean, it's nice, but it's much more atmospheric.
Yeah, well, clearly, I mean, if you'd have just shone some light through the walls or something, it would have helped heaps and bounds.
So let's open this image up in a new tab,
Yeah,
just so that I can display it.
yeah, we'll pop it on there
Let's put that down.
for all the lovely people.
Move up. There we go. Screen share. There we go.
That's a very low lit Sylvester McCoy TARDIS.
Yeah, but you can see how the red on the console through the lights and all the light of the time rotor is actually quite effective.
Yeah, I can see that.
And the light coming through the red grill is effective. Now, not all the lights on the TARDIS are working.
No.
On the console, but some of the bluer lights whereby and the whites and everything are popping on.
Mm-hmm.
So it does make it really sort of, and it is much more of an atmospheric feel.
Yeah, yeah, I can see that. I mean,
what would have been lovely is if it had had the fiberglass roundels in instead of this flat two-dimensional cutout.
Yeah.
And to have actually had that backlight as well.
Light going from. That's exactly what I was thinking. Like just
So,
some sort of low amber light or something.
Well, you have this warm white illuminated set.
Yeah. Yeah.
And again, clearly, the cameras are okay to pick up this sort of detail.
Yeah.
They're not great because again they're using 20-year-old cameras, but it still looks way better there.
At least it's got some
dimension.
Yeah, mood, some feel into it instead of just being so white and clinical. And admittedly, like you could say like with maybe Hartnell's Doctor or whatever, different time, it looks different because it's black and white and the cameras aren't the same. But like when it comes to the time to like Tom Baker's Doctor, at least give it some personality.
So
he's a Doctor with personality.
So the cameras that they had for the Hartnell Doctor. Now here's the thing: when they shot the Hartnell, they were actually bringing new cameras in from Crystal Palace.
Okay.
Actually, that's not true. They brought the cameras in from Crystal Palace to Television Centre.
Oh, excuse me. Yeah.
But the quality on the cameras that they were using for Doctor Who were better in terms of resolution.
Yeah.
But were crap and bright light.
Right.
So we were talking about the flaring before.
Yeah.
Whereby if you get a shade of bright light or something, you get this black sort of what a white light will actually go black.
Yeah.
It'll actually invert.
It's got some weird exposure.
Because it goes past the 180 limit that the cameras had.
It's all very technical.
Yeah, but the reason why they stuck with those cameras was because literally they were producing. It was a Crystal Palace could open up to the 255 range.
Yeah.
But they couldn't. Were a smaller resolution.
Okay.
So things looked a little bit fuzzier.
Yeah, a little bit of focus maybe, or what have you.
So
at least full color. Isn't that nice?
Yeah, I mean, again, I would have shot it 16mm anyway, but I still would. I wouldn't shoot Doctor Who with anything else.
No,
there's no point.
No,
16mm looks gorgeous and it's got a particular look to it. But I mean, a Super 16 maybe, but it's a very Doctor Who look. If you think about classic Who, most of the time when you think like John Kirby
it depends on
like,
if you want Doctor Who to be like classic Who, I suppose.
No, but I mean, like in terms of how the show looks.
Yeah, I guess so. Like if you want that visual sort of style to it, you could do.
Well, visual style. Well, I mean, like if you shoot sort of
I don't know because I think Jodie Whittaker's season has genuinely been the best looking season. I mean, not effects wise, maybe.
Well, right. So I
cinematography,
believe they're shooting that on the Arri Alexa.
Right.
Right.
Okay.
Which is a great camera.
Yeah.
But it's not 4K. It's not a problem because not every camera has to be 4K.
It doesn't have to be, really. No.
But lots of films are not 4K.
True.
Like we were talking about Blade Runner 2049.
Yeah.
Not 4K.
No.
Skyfall, not 4K.
No.
None of those films were ever shot in 4K because they shoot an Arri Alexa is not a 4K camera.
No.
It's a camera with a lot of depth of range, dynamic range.
Mm-hmm.
Lots of good color. It's a slightly softer camera than the Red Epic.
Yeah.
But it's cheaper.
Well, yeah, because red cameras are bloody. They cost you an arm and a leg and a left hand.
Yeah, the Arri is cheaper to buy a BMW than it is to buy an Arri Alexa.
Well,
but it's still a good camera to shoot on.
Yeah.
It's better than the Sonys that they're shooting on.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a weird thing because it comes out really what you want doctors to look like, and
But again, if I Google a Super 16mm film,
there's a lot of research going into this one, isn't there?
I try.
Hey, boys and girls.
So Super 16mm film. Just to give some sort of context. Oh, I've done something. There we go.
You're always doing something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Black Swan.
Black Swan was actually shot Super 16.
Yeah.
I did not know that.
Me neither.
That's why it looks like Doctor Who.
Has always been on the back of your mind.
There's always been a.
It's just been like,
Yeah.
it's a beautiful film, but it
It just reminds me of
It
Pertwee
looks
Who.
like Doctor Who.
Yeah. I'm gonna open this image up.
She takes this ballet really seriously, but she should be doing it throughout time and space.
No, but I mean, like as an image, like I mean, you can kind of see it.
Yeah. It's got that sort of, yeah, I suppose. I mean, it's lit completely differently, and you know.
I did not realize that. I'm just gonna show this image of what's her face, Padme.
Yes.
I know she's got a real name. I don't care.
Oh my god.
I mean, that's Super 16mm.
Mm.
Did you meet Natalie Portman by any chance?
He does.
Yeah.
He does mean that.
Yeah, Princess Leia's mum.
Jesus.
No. Princess Leia's mum was not Jesus.
No, Anakin.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, if you look at that, that's 16mm. I mean, that is lit right.
Yeah.
There's a lot of atmosphere with that, and it's a okay. I can understand. These days it's easier to shoot digital.
Yeah.
So maybe they could shoot digital and emulate the 16.
Is it more for post production though? Do they shoot digitally nowadays? Really?
Yes.
Or is it like
it's easier.
I assume storing film and everything and processing it and whatever it's all gonna.
But but the thing is, there's a quality to the 16mm.
Yeah.
That okay, the 4K cameras that they shoot on, the Alexa that they shoot with today now, it's a beautiful looking picture.
Yeah.
And but there's a point whereby you've got to stop going for the most best one.
Yeah, I suppose.
Well, like for example, if you keep upscaling the resolution, you're gonna have to upscale everything.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Like, you have to change all the equipment that does all the processing.
Everything.
Literally all of it. I understand that.
But,
Anything you're showing it on, anything you're using, any home devices.
Yeah.
Exactly the same thing. I get that, but
It's
you
a
know,
gimmick.
that kind of is how progress is made.
No, it's not though.
You know,
It's not.
because we don't have cathode
No.
TVs anymore.
No, but
we don't have.
But that has nothing to do with the resolution of the screen.
Well, I mean,
You could get a cathode ray tube TV that was in HD.
Yeah, I mean, you probably could, and it would probably cost you a lot at the time. But you know, absolutely. But I don't know. It's just to me like what you should shoot on should be.
You're focusing on the wrong thing.
What you should be shooting for is genuinely the style you're going for and the look and the tone and the feel of the product you're making, and not really the technical aspect of it.
Again, like if you look at how technology's progressed.
Yeah.
And look at say things like phones.
Yeah.
Right? People were going nuts when they put a camera on a phone.
When was that? Like 100 years ago?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. When telephones first became detachable.
Yeah.
Like in the early 2000s.
Jesus.
So it was when we went to the sort of design phone, when they started putting the camera on a phone, when your phone didn't just, it went from my phone can talk to people and text people.
Yeah.
That was a big jump.
Okay.
But then it was like, oh, I can send more texts. Okay, great. So that was a bit. Then they put a camera on it, and then the next big jump was, oh, my camera's got a half a megapixel camera.
Yeah.
My camera's got 1.3. My camera's got 3.5. My camera's got 10 pixels. My camera's got 12. They kept upscaling it. And the thing is, then they started working on zoom. And it was the same thing. It was like, this got 2 times zoom, this got 10 times zoom, this got 40 times zoom, this got 100 times zoom. This one can see Jupiter just by zooming in.
Yeah, and this one's a microscope with a camera attached to it.
So but it's all gimmicky.
Yeah.
It doesn't help the story any.
No, I actually get you, and that's exactly what I was
And
saying.
the same thing with that's why Quentin Tarantino still shoots film. Because
And
all his films have a look.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm saying with the 16mm here. The 16mm has the Doctor Who look.
Yeah, I suppose.
I'll tell you what, you're touching on something that kind of mirrors what I do with my old computers with the music.
Yeah.
Because in this day and age, they should be able to, on a modern camera, emulate a 16mm look, but it won't have the richness, and that's the same with the sound chips I mess about on the Commodores. I've got them emulated wherever you want, but when you put a real one in, and that chip is part digital, part analog, they cannot emulate the analog properly, so it sounds richer. And it's the same with film. It'll look like it's 16mm, but it won't have the depth of picture of a real 16mm camera.
Yeah, and I mean, like I suppose you could manufacture one, because the people that make the 16mm cameras, or did make the 16mm cameras, you can actually get a 16mm camera now, which has the back jacket on it, and the jacket itself, which would have been what loaded in the film, the gate.
Yeah.
You can still get those cameras.
Yeah.
You don't need the gate. What I'm saying is that you could photograph it through the gate.
Yeah.
Onto a digital back.
I suppose. Yeah. There's no reason why you couldn't.
So I think you could still get exactly the same.
I mean, I don't know if it would affect if it's just a scan of a digital scan of film, if that would degrade any generations of the film itself. But you're going to have to scan it in digitally anyway at some point.
The benefit of that as well would be the fact that, because you're not recording straight onto film, is that you're not reliant on 50 foot of film.
Yeah.
Because that's one of the problems with the 16mm was the fact that you couldn't get it in 50 foot cartridges.
Yeah, and you're going to, and film takes up space, and, you got to, there's reels of it, you have to reload
it. The bonus to it is that even after 50 odd years, is that if you're still in the can,
it's good.
You can still pop off another master.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not gonna. I mean, digital sort of the same, but you just have to save it to a bloody good hard drive and keep it somewhere safe.
Yeah, but again, if you lose that, you lose it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, I'll be honest with you. I know shit all about cameras. In all honesty, but is there not a 16mm camera with a proper lens and that? Instead of having films, got a bloody hard drive in the back of it.
That's
so surely the image.
If you
that's what you're saying, right? Gotcha.
16mm camera. I'm trying to think of what. Let me just have a quick look here. Super. So I'll go for the Super 16 as opposed to the 16mm standard.
Yeah.
Super 16mm film camera. So let's just pop this up over here for a sec. To 16mm movie camera. Let's look at this one there. Let's go for the images. So Ari, apparently, Ari do a 16mm camera, or did?
You know what I mean, Ari?
Yeah, Ari Flex. So they started off with a 16mm camera.
Okay.
That's how they started out.
Interesting.
So the Aton X Pod 16mm film camera. Yeah. So basically, you can take the jacket off the back end off a 16mm camera where the gate is, and what you would have is the actual gate to the lens.
Yeah, the lets the light through. And
so you take that bracket off.
Yeah.
And where you'd feed the film through, I don't see why you couldn't attach because essentially you are talking about, maybe you're talking about the glass.
Would you need but if you could just get the sensor from a digital?
I think you need to scan something.
I feel like that's part of the process. Yeah. I mean, you're gonna have to scan the film anyway. Because
that's the problem is that you are gonna need film.
Yeah.
Because you're gonna need to scan, because the what's giving you the quality is the quality of the film.
To be honest with you,
It's not a glass lens.
if you're gonna shoot and film, I think you just gotta not be a pussy and just shoot and film and then scan it later and worry about it then.
Yeah, I mean, they
do
could
what
do that.
Tarantino does and just go all out. Because, like, really, if you
Oh,
go out-
Jesus.
yeah, he's looking at a big old camera lens. You know, he's looking at something.
Well, that's the Ariel Alex, and it's got a lens that is twice the length of the camera.
Yeah, it's a big boy. But yeah, no, I just think you just gotta commit to what you're making.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, and
I mean, again, for Doctor Who, they probably wouldn't do it because it's quicker and easier.
yeah, well, it's a TV show at the end of the day, and obviously with Doctor Who, there are so many people.
There we go.
creators have to answer to.
So there's one there. If I show you this,
He shall very soon.
opening a new tab here. This is what I'm referring to. So it makes things easier for people to understand here.
Mm.
So if I show you that, so that there is your 16mm. Everything from this separation line back over the jacket, that's all detachable, and you could potentially put a digital brain on there. The problem is that you're still just scanning through the key onto a digital sensor.
Personally, I just say if you're gonna shoot and film.
That's what I'm saying. If you would have to scan some sort of film.
Yeah, it'd have to go through it some way. And honestly, I just think that at the end of the day, commit to what you're making. You know what I mean? With Doctor Who,
They would never jump for it.
The thing is, there are so many the creatives making it, like, you know, the cinematographers, people, they have so many people they have to answer to, so many higher ups, it's just the whole studio thing. And the thing is, at the end of the day, it is just the product they're making. They're making it how they want to make it.
Right. There's only two people they got to answer to.
Right.
Nicky Wilson and Piers Wenger.
So you're saying if we assassinate both those people?
No.
Wait, no, we're like, let's not do that.
No, those are the only two people that anyone working on Doctor Who has to answer to.
Okay.
There's only two.
Right.
Now, obviously, Piers Wenger has people he has to answer to.
Yeah.
But that's not Doctor Who's problem.
Okay, yeah, sure.
They make the show. He commissions the show.
Yeah.
She's producing the show. Those two are it.
Yeah. Okay.
Anybody under that, like Chris Chibnall, all that, they are in-house show.
Yeah.
They're in the Doctor Who bubble.
Yeah, yeah.
Whereas outside of that, Nicky Wilson is the echelon of the bubble,
Yeah.
and Piers Wenger is the guy at the BBC. Yeah. So, but I mean, like these days now with Doctor Who, they are what they're doing today, and how they make it is let's make it for as cheap as possible, which is good for our philosophy considering where they came from. But they squandering money in areas that I totally disagree with.
Yeah, there's a lot of very effect-heavy CG scenes and shots and creatures and things that really, you know,
I think
you could put the money in other places and it would make it a more solid core.
I think they've done a better job in the classic era of line producing the show, of budgeting it for, like for example, we just watched the Image of the Fendahl there.
Yeah.
Right? They had 6 sets.
Yeah.
Maybe. Right?
Yeah.
6 sets and a couple of puppets, a woman dressed in gold,
and a big ass.
So that costume actually took about 6 weeks to make.
Yeah.
Right, the Fendahl. No, all that was line budgeted out.
Yeah.
Right?
Which you do with every production.
Yeah. Now with modern Who, they do line budget up the same sort of way.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, instead of line budgeting out for, I mean, the smartest line budget I saw them ever do with the modern Who was when they decided to double bank for South Africa. So when they done Ghost Monument and Rosa,
right?
Ghost Monument was all shot on location, had very minimal sets.
Yeah, just sort of desert and
just shoot on location, just shoot everything on location,
and then
keep it minimal.
Do Rosa, go to a town,
do more Rosa,
dress it up.
Yeah,
Rosa's done.
Yeah, but all the money that they saved on Ghost Monument,
they can use on Rosa. Exactly.
So that was a smart way of doing it.
Yeah.
Very smart way of doing it. But they still went to South Africa.
Yeah, which is going to cost you something.
I mean,
the ship,
yeah,
you, the crew, the cast,
I think trying to I think trying to make the haze look like St. Louis.
Yeah. I mean, no, but they didn't do a bad job. They do a bad job.
What? Trying to make every time they try to make Cardiff look like America, it doesn't work.
It doesn't. No, I know, but
The most successful transition of Cardiff to America they ever did was when they went to Sophia Gardens to shoot the Evolution of the Daleks.
true. Yeah,
And that's because they were trying to make
for Central Park.
Sophia Gardens look like Central Park.
Yeah.
That's the most successful. Even when the other good use that they used was to use the parking there for the theatre in Evolution of the Daleks as well.
I was parking there, was it?
Yes.
Shit. Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I've been in there.
I know.
That's weird.
But yeah.
Oh, fair enough. Okay.
So again, it's successful use.
Yeah,
If you don't know what that, and you've been there.
Yeah, fair play.
So
Good job, Doctor Who.
but again,
I was just looking at cameras
yeah.
before we get too far away from that, and I'm completely off topic.
That's right.
There's one that they stopped making in 2016, and it's going to sound like I'm making this up, but I'm not. It was called Digital Bolex D16.
Yeah.
And you could use old vintage lenses on it, and it came with a 512 gig SSD. That might be one worth looking at, although they're discontinued, so they probably cost thousands now.
Yeah.
But that was a Kickstarter job.
Yeah. I mean, there's a few cameras out there that you could use. I mean, again, the problem is that there's this feeling that you've got to get away from grain. And
yeah, to denoise a shot. And honestly, grain can add so much depending on the feel you're going for.
Well, again, like there's a reason why, like when Roger Deakins shot Blade Runner 2049, he shot it on the Ariel Alexa.
Right.
But the set of lenses he chose to use for 2049 were older glass.
Right.
And
Just have a bit of imperfection in there.
Just to give you that.
Yeah.
Some of them were anamorphic.
Right.
So he chose for anamorphic to get an anamorphic lens, which is a good classic look.
Yeah, thing to do. Yeah. Especially if he's making Blade Runner 2.
Yeah.
You can't get more.
But I mean, again, when you go back and look at when he shot for Skyfall.
Yeah.
When he shot for Skyfall, when he'd done the whole Scottish scenes, he specifically chose those shots to make it look grim.
Exactly, and it does. It looks gritty and it feels.
Yeah.
You know, and that's the thing. And I feel like it just.
We're talking about a guy here who is at the top of his game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, these days when you watch like a Netflix production,
yeah,
or an ITV production or something like that, everything looks super glossy and shiny, and everything looks so smooth. You know, and it's just like it just feels like, don't get me wrong, it feels modern, but it feels artificial. You know what I mean?
Well, again,
it would be nice to have a bit of grit in it.
We were talking yesterday.
Yeah.
About we were looking at Blade Runner.
Yeah, we were.
And I was pointing out what the problems were with modern photography in terms of, and the comparison I used was between Blade Runner and the new Terminator Dark Far trailer.
You won't stop calling it.
I won't stop calling it that shit.
Alright, fair.
But I think if you.
But we went through it.
We went through it and showing you what was wrong.
Absolutely.
And why it was wrong. And why.
Shit, but you'll watch the film when it comes out. You know you will.
No, I don't think I will.
No,
I don't think I will.
I'll
read through reviews.
I'm gonna see it.
Yeah.
But that's because I'm just more optimistic and possibly more gullible. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I mean, I was really disappointed by the trailer.
That's the thing. The weird thing is, we've sort of almost swapped positions, I guess, because I was going into the idea that James Cameron had the Terminator back, going, nah, I'm not that keen, I'm not that excited, you know, for various reasons. He was obviously really, really happy with the idea, and then when the trailer comes out, he's just so disappointed, and understandably so. And I'm still like, yeah, kind of, I see, you know, I'm not excited by this trailer, but really my position hasn't changed, but I'll probably still go see it. Yeah. You know. But it does show off the difference between like a modern movie, all close-ups and glossy stuff and crap CGI, a lot of crap CGI, versus, you know, just taking time with it, sitting it back a little bit, you know, showing off the sets, showing off the
World building.
Yeah, they're showing off the world, showing off, you know, just knowing what you're doing. Really,
Yeah.
I just think a lot
But
of
again, like if you look at the image of the Fendahl, there's a lot of world building shots in that. A lot of. It's not just in simple two shots. There's a lot of single shots in and over the shoulder.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of side by side.
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of almost classic stage shooting,
Yeah.
whereby everybody's in front of the camera.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Almost not quite.
No, but there are a few times.
But there's a few times whereby that's kind of the
and
framing.
you can see a lot of the blocking when they move around as that sort of thing going on.
Yeah. But at the same time, at least you can see where everybody is in the set.
Yeah.
In relation of each other.
Yeah.
Whereas
it's got good geography for the scene.
Yeah.
Whereas in Terminator Dark Fate,
God.
I almost call it that. Terminator Dark Fate, for example, just looking at that trailer, like there are a lot of close-up, like super tight shots. You can't really tell what's going on. And admittedly, and I did acknowledge the fact that it is a trailer. You know, it's edited in a way that it's not going to be exactly clear what's going on because it's a sort of like a taste of the film. But in a lot of modern films, they put the camera in so close, and you can't really tell what's going on. You can't really tell. They don't really establish. Like you maybe have one super wide shot to establish where the scene is.
There's your geography and everything else is sure.
Yeah, it's really tight then. And
the most you get is a mid wide.
Yeah, and to be honest with you, if it was me and I was a production designer or not in any of those films, I'd be kind of pissed off. Yeah. To be honest with you, because that's a lot of hard work.
It's a lot of, again, what I say to you when we finished watching the trailer, it could have been shot in my garden.
Yeah, exactly. It could have been.
Could have been shot in my garden and you'd have never known the difference.
But hey, at least, bloody homemade movies have an easier time of it now.
It's such a shame. Because again, that's one of the big reasons for getting somebody like Deakins to do Blade Runner. Is the guy knows how to use wide shots.
Yeah.
How to use big and epic. I mean, again, we were watching Sea Devils last week.
Yeah.
A lot of wide angle shots.
Yeah,
lot of you can literally see
Sea Devils coming out.
Well, you take the shot where Katie Manning runs through the castle.
Yeah. She
literally comes through the shot, runs through, goes straight through the castle, in through the door, and then cut to the interior set. Another great one, which you would know, is a great, fantastic shot, in fact, and it's probably one that they definitely planned out meticulously, is in season 3 of Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
Yeah.
There is a shot at the start of an episode, and it's the one with the wish. The witch?
It's called The Wish.
Yeah, with
Anya.
Where
talking about?
Where Cordelia wishes that Buffy never came to...
Yeah, the episode's
right.
The Wish, Cordelia wishes Buffy never came to Sunnydale.
Yes.
And
right, so at the start of the episode, there is a camera move from inside the library where Willow is talking to Giles.
Yeah.
Right the way throughout until you get to the canteen area.
Yeah, the one that does,
is talking to Xander.
Yeah, it just establishes the...
And it's 6 minutes and 53 seconds long.
Genuinely, yeah. It's really
one cut, one take.
Absolutely.
And
Whedon does love his one-ups, to be fair.
Yeah.
In his shows.
But
he doesn't bust them out all the time.
But what I'm saying is that as a term, in terms of, okay, they had the set, but in terms of photography, the way that it keeps coming in and out and backing around and showing, going from person to person.
Yeah.
It's a great example of why you don't need to be doing this all the time.
Exactly.
And just cutting from one to the other and one to the other.
Yeah.
I mean, another example of that is the one shot that Tony Jaa does in On Back.
Yeah.
No, Warrior King.
The Warrior King. Are you talking about the Tony Jaa fight where he goes
up the
stage and beats the shit out of everyone? Yeah. I can't remember which one it is, but I know the fight scene.
Yeah.
The movie I'm a bit more fuzzy on. But yeah. But it depends on how you use them. That's the thing. And when it comes to a show like Doctor Who,
again, I want to point it out here. I'm not sure. I don't know if anybody's checked, but I'm not sure if Image of the Fendahl was actually shot in Birmingham. I got a feeling it was.
Okay.
I've got a feeling that's potentially why you got the wobbly TARDIS with the broken bit and everything due to transportation.
It's in Birmingham.
Yeah.
Therefore, it has to be shit.
No, but I got a feeling that there's
nobody stabbed me. Like I don't want to get stabbed next time in Birmingham.
But I got a feeling that's why I got a feeling that there was a bit of set movement about the place. I got a feeling they were up there instead of in Television Centre.
I've got the filming locations here.
Mhm.
Oh yeah.
Stargrove Manor, East End, Hampshire,
Yeah.
and BBC Television Centre, TC6, Shepherd's Bush, London.
Oh, it was TC6, was it? Okay.
That's what it says on the TARDIS wiki page thing, Doodle.
Okay. I know there was a point whereby they were shooting at Birmingham. I just thought it was at this period. So I'm pretty somewhere around there anyway.
I don't know.
Yeah, no, the TC6. Oh, TC6. Bloody hell. All right. Okay. That's the average size studio.
Yeah.
They don't really move to TC1 because the TC1 is normally occupied by Blue Peter on top of the pops and
Yeah, just BBC
stuff like that.
shows, yeah.
So, and again, this is another problem that we need to sort of acknowledge with Classic Who, which I think it was Fan Rock, possibly, yes. With Doctor Who,
Yeah.
and it's mainly I think it's more difficult for American audiences to understand. But when Doctor Who shuts production, all the sets get flat packed.
Yeah. Put in the trucks and
At the end of the shot, once you are done with the shooting for, say you shoot on Doctor Who for a week, and this is Classic Who, so all the TARDIS set and everything, so it's like, right, we've got a week to shoot Doctor Who. Normally I think they had 2 days actually. It was a Saturday and a Sunday, I think.
Yeah.
To shoot Doctor Who. So once that was done, the studio was then being used for another show.
Mm-hmm.
So the TARDIS set and everything would be put back on the tracks and put back into storage and would be pulled back out next week for shooting.
Nowadays it is different. With
Yes, but
You have the
what I'm
TARDIS
saying is
sets
that in terms of how American shows were made,
Yeah.
like with Star Trek, when they made Star Trek in the 60s, they built all the sets on the Desilu soundstage,
You'd
and
have,
those sets stayed there for 3 years.
exactly. And then you'd have
The permanent
British thing, permanent sets, and then you have like the guest set
Yeah.
for whatever they need for that episode.
Yeah, that's off in the corner of the studio.
yeah,
but
but it would
those,
stay there, and
Yeah.
that was permanent.
they're permanent.
With Doctor Who,
And that's the way American shows were made. So things like Wild Wild West, all those sorts of shows
Yeah.
from even up until now, like with the way when they were making things like Law and Order and all those sorts of shows.
Yeah.
Even right now, they get a dedicated studio and that's it.
With
Whereas with Doctor Who, it was a case of you shoot on Saturday and Sunday, the set goes up on the Friday night,
Yeah.
and it's back in storage on the Sunday night.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's what they had.
Yeah.
I mean, if in terms of they had the studio for building like guest sets,
Yeah.
then they would have the construction yard and whatever, get the sets in.
Yeah.
That's what we, in terms of doing production, we could call it the get in.
Right.
So something would show up on the truck. Carpenters would build the set or whatever on the truck.
Okay.
Trucks open up in the morning or in the evening, depending on when you were.
Whenever you do it, yeah.
You do the get in, which is everybody gets on the get it off, get it in.
Load it up, do the shit. And
Yeah, and then you do the assembly, and then you do the show, and then you do the get out.
Yeah.
So,
And everybody goes home.
and then everybody goes. Well, no, everybody goes to the bar. But after the get out,
everyone goes to the pub, I should say.
Everybody.
Which, to be
So
fair,
as soon as you do the get out, trust me, everybody goes to the bar.
Yeah.
That's the way it works.
I could get behind that.
But yeah, I mean, so in terms of why Doctor Who has a different look to, in terms of set quality and why things like even it's mainly Blake Seven has the reputation for the wobbly sets. It gets transitioned to Doctor Who. Doctor Who has some of that, but it's Blake Seven that was known for the wobbly sets.
Yeah.
It's just it's a shame that it rubbed off on Doctor Who.
Yeah, I mean, it does happen in Doctor Who.
It does, but in Blake Seven
is
literally
a different kind of low budget.
Yeah, I mean when she's
Blake
pressing the
7,
computer panel,
which
the
is
whole wall
It's
thing
a
is
shame because Blake 7 isn't good.
it's very good.
Well, apart from the ending.
Yeah,
Blake Seven.
I haven't seen it yet. Just don't do that.
It is the worst ending in television history.
But we'll get to it when we get to it.
Let me tell you something now.
Even worse than Game of Thrones.
What was that?
Pardon?
I said, even worse than Game of Thrones.
He hasn't seen that either.
I have not watched any Game of Thrones. I've not seen a single episode.
It's actually a very good series. It's
I
worth
know,
watching.
it's like the biggest show in the world. I've been told to watch it by everybody.
Yeah.
In fact, the fact that I haven't watched Game of Thrones kind of makes me the equivalent of the modern day leper. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's weird.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah.
I've got to be honest, I had several issues with the game. I told you this tonight.
Yeah.
My issues with Game of Thrones is the fact the writers tried to swerve the audience instead of
paying it off.
paying off the story.
Yeah. But again,
It's not the time to swerve. The finale is not the time to pull a swerve.
No, exactly.
And
But I don't.
I'm one of the rare few that absolutely loved it. My only issue with the last couple of seasons of Game of Thrones is they rushed it.
yeah.
That's the only problem.
You needed 4 episodes. You needed 4 more episodes. You definitely needed 4 more episodes to finish off the story with Daenerys properly. You needed, just 1 more episode would have helped that story.
Just another hour, yeah. But anyway, look,
But the fact is that the story with Jon Snow, everybody was expecting the story for Jon Snow to pan out the way they've been saying since the first season, and in the final episode they pulled the bloody swerve, and it was like, how can you do that? They give the audience what the audience wants. It's the whole saying: give the audience what they want.
Send them home happy.
Send them home happy. It's
give people what they want. Yeah, exactly.
A good wrestling term.
Yeah.
And it works. It absolutely works.
Mm-hmm.
What didn't? And again, they worked so hard on our show, and again, they didn't say that they ballsed it up.
No, it's just. It just seems like the general. Obviously, on the internet, opinions can be volatile. People, everyone can voice their own mind, and I feel like we live in a world currently where you either love something or you hate it, and there is no in between. And a lot of level-headed people seem to kind of get washed to the back. But I feel a lot of people just absolutely ripping into Game of Thrones the latest season. And from the point of view of somebody who hasn't seen it, it's really weird because everybody loves Game of Thrones, right? This is a show that literally everybody just talks about like it is the dog's bollocks.
It is.
And I know, but I've never seen it. But it's weird because I've never seen anybody just turn on a show so quickly.
It's not that they right. So the problem is the fact that, again, like I said, they rushed the last. It was 6 episodes. It should have been 10.
Yeah.
They barreled through a story whereby characters were suddenly acting against their own grain.
Right. Okay.
And it was in terms of how I could put it to you, it's the Anakin Sith switch.
Okay, fair enough. It's just a bit too quick, a bit too sudden.
Yeah.
And a bit kind of out of nowhere.
And if they're taking the extra time to just taking a breath, just taking a breath to allow this thing to pan out and just for it to take its course. And again, you get to the finale, and the finale is the time whereby if this show was to go on, then it's okay to just not to have a non-ending.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Whereas with this show has a finale. This show has this is the end of the story, which is why you give the audience what they've been waiting for 8 years.
Yeah, okay.
It's the whole when we're talking the Smallville finale.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
it's that storyline whereby
where this is going, you know where it's going to
dissatisfied.
end.
Yeah,
and then when they do something
different, where they go, oh look, my linking into it for Game of Thrones. This is how I see the final episode, right? It's like me saying to you, I'm going to take you to London to meet the Queen.
Yeah.
Right? And we're going to spend 8 years with me taking you to London to meet the Queen. We're going to go everywhere. We're going to go all over the country first. It's a big adventure. We're going to go to Ireland. We're going to go to Scotland. We're going to go back to Ireland. We're going to go back to England. We're going to go all around the country, all of it. We finally, in the last episode, get to London to meet the Queen. And I say to you, fuck it, let's go to McDonald's instead.
Fair enough.
You can see why the audience would be disappointed.
Okay. If it's to that level, then I could see it. Yeah, absolutely. But
well, I disagree slightly. I mean, I thought it was great the way it ended. I'm one of these minority people. I don't get invested in characters and stuff. I watch it for the spectacle. I do watch it for the spectacle.
That's equally as valid.
That's the way I see. I think that's why a lot of people get upset with it, because they were promising this story of this character, of this group of characters, and then it was like, well, we're going to do this instead.
Yeah, fair.
I don't want to say what it is, because I don't want to give spoilers. And
Yeah, sure. And I do want to, and I am going to watch the show now that it has wrapped. I
don't think it's horrendous. I don't think it's horrendous.
No, I get that. I mean, to be fair, it's still the most popular TV show in the world currently, and it's
all the pointers to what happened, and I'm not going to give any spoilers either, but all the pointers to what actually happened, when you know the ending, they are in the earlier series. The answers are there. They should have just taken longer about it.
I get it. It's just the fact that it's not really kind of what they were telling the audience. And, I mean, it was suggested.
Yeah. It's like, it's not implausible that it would end that way.
No, but it's,
not
for me, it's kind of the whole bit whereby in The Force Awakens they're saying shit about Rey's parents.
Right.
And then he gets to The Last Jedi and they go, oh, no, they're nobody.
I still disagree with that, but fair enough.
But you see what I'm saying?
You
can see why the audience is upset.
I get the example.
And that's kind of what kind of sort of.
Okay, sure. Well, I guess I'll
go into this is Doctor Who anyway.
Yeah, we're doing Doctor Who, I suppose.
So,
it's not Doctor Who, but I just want to say I didn't like The Last Jedi because of its shit.
I was going to say it's kind of relevant because I mean every bastard actor on Game of Thrones is in Doctor Who, you know. So I mean it's sort of.
I think you'll find every actor in Doctor Who's in Game of Thrones.
Depends on which episode it is first.
Well, we were actually talking because last week where you saw Sea Devils, the beardy guy on the submarine is actually in Game of Thrones. He's actually in Doctor Who as well. He's the guy in the. He's one of the guys, the commanders in Heaven Sent.
You mean the commander of the beard, who the young guy in Sea Devils? I suppose he's not as young anymore.
The captain of the sub.
Yeah, right. He's
The captain of the sub is the Gallifreyan guard in Heaven Sent, and he's in Game of Thrones.
I guess Doctor Who wins. Fatality. TKO on the
Fatality.
Exactly. So and you've got loads. I mean, most of the people that if you could find a Doctor Who actor, chances are it says Star Wars somewhere on their resume.
That's true. To be fair, British actors are weird like that, and they're in everything. Like
you can normally tell a British actor because nobody, particularly, and you can tell the age of a British actor.
Yeah. Okay.
Because you can tell a British actor and what age they are, whether or not they did Casualty or Hobie City.
Yeah, okay.
Or whether or not they've done The Bill.
Yeah.
Or Midsummer Murders.
Right. Okay. I get you.
And that's pretty much.
Or Laugh at a Summer Wine, or Are You Being Served in the 70s?
Yeah. So I mean, but that's kind of it still happens.
Yeah. I mean,
most of the cast, I think, a lot of the cast of older shows as well, in particular the up and comers, the young cast.
Yeah.
Would have had Grange Hill on the resume.
Right.
So, so some still have, some of the older members now have that,
but it's more of they would have been kids at the time. Now, sure. But
it's a good talent pool, though. It's a kind of a good system to go through.
Actually, you know what? That isn't actually untrue. To be fair, because the BBC. And I don't just about British TV in general, I suppose, but I mean, it's sort of a small-ish community compared to. There are so many networks like in the States. Versus like we have networks and distributors in the UK, but when it comes to like full-on studios, it's not the same level. You know what I mean? And so talent is sort of, and if somebody's big in the UK, they're going to be in other stuff in the UK.
Well, it's different, right? So again, as far as I'm concerned, the internet has changed the way that talent pool works.
Yeah.
I think that if you are big in the UK now, chances are that your show is going to get picked up by Netflix or Amazon or something like that, and it's going to be seen internationally.
Absolutely.
Which is different because, like a lot of people, again, your exposure to Anthony Head was through Buffy.
Yeah.
Whereas our exposure to Anthony Head was Nescafe.
Technically,
true.
Technically, I saw him in Doctor Who first because we now one episode.
No, but again, like
I know him as Giles in Buffy.
Yeah. But the thing is, you're a good one. So the woman in the Nescafe ad with Anthony Head is Trevor Eve's wife, and Trevor Eve is and Sharon, I can't remember. I just call it Mrs. Eve. Their daughter is Alice Eve. Who's Carol Marcus in Darkness in Star Trek.
Oh, right, okay. Interesting.
Hmm.
That's kind of weird. It's small world.
It's a big.
Yeah, sort of family
Benedict
thing.
Cumberbatch,
Yeah.
whose mother is one the Bankman. Who's
Yeah.
just it all comes into full.
I don't know. It's
We're back to Doctor Who.
Carwyn,
kind of weird.
talking, before you move on from Star Trek,
Yeah,
have you seen the teaser trailer for Picard yet?
I did, and I
Yes.
haven't stopped masturbating.
I didn't need to know that.
I'm glad you stopped before we went live, to be honest.
I swear to you, it was one of the best trailers I have ever seen. And this is just there's two good reasons for it.
Mm.
One, they knew what they were doing with the setting.
Mm-hmm.
And number two, he doesn't say a thing.
Oh, yeah, no, absolutely.
That's the greatest. And
the theme at the end.
the theme at the end got me. It did. It absolutely got me. But like as they were going through the trailer, it was. This looks like the same place where they shot All Good Things. It looks like the same sort of environment.
The uniform that are sort of Voyager and that.
The fact that they put the case down and it says Chateau Picard.
Yeah.
And it's got the same label as that was used in Generations.
Yep.
All Good Things. I love the water and robots that are flying down the
the little spray things for the corn. Well, not corn, whatever they are.
The white vineyards.
Yeah, the wine vineyards.
So I liked all that. And
basically, it looks exactly like how you'd want a Picard.
How you'd want to do a 24th century Star Trek.
Exactly. You just look at it. Yeah.
I think they've overthought Star Trek. That's my problem with Discovery.
Yeah.
Is that they've tried to distance themselves away from this look, from this environment.
I feel like they want to be more contemporary with the. They want to be more like modern sci-fis.
No, but the problem with trying to get away from the original is that the original is why we're here talking about it.
Exactly.
And
the people who like Star Trek, more chance than not, will like the original Star Trek.
If you were a fan in the 80s of Star Trek, before the Next Generation came along, right? If you're a fan in the 80s and before the Next Generation came along, you grew up
with
on
Star
Kirk,
Trek.
Spock, and McCoy. You grew up, and then when it transitioned to the films, the transition to the films was that this is a continuation of the same story.
Mm-hmm.
This is not a reboot. This is not a restart or a new universe or whatever. This is a continuation. These are the same characters, the same people that you knew 10 years ago.
Yeah, sure.
Right? So then when it gets to the Next Generation, they take the leap ahead. And don't get me wrong, there was a lot of backlash against the Next Generation.
Was it?
Massive backlash against the Next Generation. But they won people over.
Yeah.
It took a while.
Mainly by being good as shit, especially after season 2, 3.
Yeah, it gets to season 3.
The beard, you need the beard, and then it starts getting better.
Yeah, but he was mid-season. It was like when they do a Measure of Man and stuff like that.
Yeah,
that's when that's those sort of stories kick it up. But then now, when they were doing Next Generation, Deep Space Nine, Voyager, they would go back and honour the original show.
Yeah, I mean, you
Trials and Tribulations.
Yeah.
In the Mirror Darkness Part 1 and 2.
Yeah.
Relics.
They even
I almost, when the first time I saw Relics, I nearly cried.
Oh yeah, it makes sense.
I mean,
for somebody who would have grown up with Scotty and
and to see James Doohan walk back onto that set was, and I know it was a
holodeck thing,
fake set.
Yeah,
it was a fake set anyway. They only had it. Yeah, it was only the door and the bit. They had the console, the chair, the door, and the communication station.
Right.
When Picard is sitting the other way, they've literally just taken that set and just moved it.
Oh, okay, fair. Well, that's clever.
So they only had that one bit of set, but when they done Trials and Tribulations, they had a bit more.
Yeah.
When they done In the Mirror Darkness, they rebuilt the Desilu stage.
Yeah.
So
the whole bloody stage, I know. Yeah.
So
which is not.
My point is that they went back and honoured it.
Yeah, and with Discovery, it's like they're trying to get away from it.
Yeah, it was
with
totally
Discovery, it's like we don't want to be
like that.
And it wouldn't be so bad if Discovery wanted to be its own thing.
Mm-hmm.
But if it's going to be in the same sort of continuity, like don't get me wrong, I'm not a massive dude about continuity. I don't really care that much. Like I'm a big fan of things like The Evil Dead and things like that. They really don't care about continuity. You just go, screw it. It's a good story. We'll tell it. But I do understand continuity, and with certain things, I am kind of a thing for it. And I'm like, well, so I kind of get it, and I'm also kind of okay with letting it off on one. But I understand how somebody could look at it and say, you know, if this is supposed to be the same timeline, and it's supposed to be the same thing, it should fit. Especially, and I think it's not so much. I think the big deal is that with classic Star Trek and Next Gen and that, they have paid so much attention in the past, and they've tried in the past so hard to like meticulously fit this all in and make this universe just for a show then to go, nah, I don't care. You know, it is a bit of a dick move.
Yeah, and the other way I would look at it as well is that even when the new Galactica happened, when they done Razor, they still went back to the original designs of the Cylon Raiders.
It
was
more of an homage, really, than a.
It wasn't a direct copy,
No,
but it was close enough to go. You'd have to put these two side by side to pick them apart. Yeah. Whereas with Star Trek, they done the similar sort of thing with the bridge set, whereby it changed the blink box set pieces for LCD screens. Yeah. So they were more fluid. They had actual fluid animation moving around the LCARs on the screen. The other thing about that was the fact that they were really honouring the set. Like, they done little things whereby, you know, the jelly top buttons on the set? Yeah. So when they done those for the set, Michael Kuda actually made up labels that actually went on top of them. Right. So they were all, every button had a label on it. Yeah. Which is what they didn't have before. So it had that extra bit of detail. Okay, cool. So that if you press the red button would actually have something written on the top of the button. Okay. Whereas when they done Discovery, it was just like, it's still in the same universe, it's still the same show, it looks nothing like Star Trek. Yeah.
I'll tell you what, I can put my finger on with that, and give me a second to build it up.
Yeah.
Right, you had the original Star Trek, then you had the films, then the Next Gen kicked in.
Yeah.
The Next Gen overlapped with Deep Space Nine. Yeah. That overlapped with Voyager, and then there wasn't much of a gap to Enterprise. Yeah. And then there was a big gap between Enterprise and Discovery. And in 2 words, I can tell you what's missing from modern Star Trek, and those 2 words are Gene and Roddenberry.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, again, this is how you. I don't know if it's Gene Roddenberry so much as the fact that you no longer have people working on Discovery who worked on Star Trek. So
yeah,
the people who work on Discovery are a totally different crowd. Yeah. And the problem here is that they're trying to out clever the audience. And as a good example, and I brought this up before, how you honour a show is that you respect what went before it. Yeah. And you respect what went before it. If we look at, like, later on, we're going to look at Twice Upon a Time. And Twice Upon a Time literally shows you a clip from 709 episodes earlier.
Yeah, it does, yeah. Absolutely.
Even with the wobbly flying saucer.
And it fades in, and it's perfect, and it's spot on.
And it uses...
And that's the thing, Doctor Who, for all of its faults for modern Who, it isn't afraid to show classic Who.
No.
You know, it isn't afraid to go, this is where we came
Name of the Doctor literally shows you clips
from old Doctor
Who episodes. And even with anti-aliasing, and with...
Yeah, and you know, like, not quite, like, they did colorize the black and white footage, I believe.
In certain when Clara was in with
not for Twice Upon a Time though.
No,
exactly, and actually, and for the 50th anniversary.
Yeah,
you know, so you know.
But the other thing with that as well was the fact that when they done Name of the Doctor, is that they used like episodes whereby Peter Davison was like trapped in the Matrix. Yeah, and that they didn't do anything to update the effects or anything. No, it was like literally going. But the problem with trying to outdo the original effects is that you're disrespecting the people that invented those effects to begin with.
Yeah, I suppose. I mean, honestly, I don't think so. To an extent, because I don't. I get what you're saying. I do, but I think really what it is that they don't see it that way just because they aren't really thinking about it like that. I think they're just thinking we are just living like in today now, and it's not then, so we can do things differently now. But I don't think they're I don't think they're going out of their way to intentionally disrespect it. No, I just think they're trying to make something.
No, it's not an intention. No, but the fact is, like, we just sat down now as in a modern context in 2019, sitting down watching the Image of the Fendahl.
That's true.
In its original form. Yeah. Anyone can do that. Yeah. Anyone who's doing this can do that.
Absolutely.
So they're watching the original. They're taking from that story exactly what we took from that story tonight.
Yeah.
Exactly the same thing.
Yeah.
There's no... If you change anything about that story, just
You don't
on
wanna
a
go
visual
in,
level.
Yeah, you don't want to go in and George Lucas said because it just,
No, because the thing is that you can.
yeah,
There's no way of saying that you can't.
nothing stopping you from doing it, but
The thing is that it's not going to change the story any.
no, exactly, that's true. The thing is, I understand why it's done because I understand that shows want just to look better, more appealing, and you know, I understand that there's a larger audience than just me out there, and I get that. So really, what it is that I understand that, you know, if a show wants to do it, I am not against them doing it because I still have the original to go back to. You know what I mean? But at the same time, you know, it is pointless, really. Like, it doesn't actually matter. And I guess that's what it is for me. And that's sort of like, we've talked about Discovery before.
Yeah.
And I've sort of said, you know, I don't really care if it doesn't look the same. You do, and I don't. And that's just different opinions, and that's fair. I understand what
It's not that it doesn't look the same. It doesn't look like the same universe.
No, and I get that. And I get how that would annoy you, and I absolutely do. For me, I just care less about that because for me, how it looks doesn't matter. If it's good, then it's good, and if it's bad, it's bad, and I don't really care. Like, but that's just me.
No, but again, you can't make something and say you can't just label something Star Trek. You can't just make a show and put the label of Star Trek on it and expect people to go along with it.
Yeah.
If you're going to make Star Trek,
I understand.
There's a certain amount of baggage that comes with saying I'm going to make Star Trek.
I understand, and I think it's the same for Doctor Who as well.
Yeah.
You know, but at the same time, I don't think.
But
If I'm going to shit on a Jodie Whittaker episode of Doctor Who, it's not because it doesn't look like Doctor Who for me. Most of the time, most times it's not. It's just because it's bad on its own merits.
Yeah.
Whatever that story is, if it's bad, then it's bad. If it's good, then it's good. And even if it looks exactly the same as the previous episode, it didn't look anything like an old one. If it's good, it's good. If it's bad, it's bad. How it looks, to me, personally, I don't really care that much.
Right, so it depends because you couldn't do a Game of Thrones episode and have it look modern.
Well, unless you want
it's filmed modern.
Yeah. I get what you're saying. It
But
doesn't look like, you know,
you can't do Game of Thrones and have him run down, jump in a Ford Escort and drive to bloody Westeros.
No, I know. It only works for D&D commercials, that.
Yeah, which is good. By the way, yeah, if you haven't seen that, we watched that earlier.
Yeah.
There's a Renault commercial. If you remember the old Dungeons and Dragons cartoon, there's a.
I do slightly. I've got them all on DVD, and I have seen the new Renault commercial.
It's amazing, isn't it?
It's absolutely fantastic. The characterizations, especially for Diana, are so spot on.
Yeah, it's absolutely amazing. I absolutely loved it. And I mean, he was missing Peter Cullen's voice in there, but
it's very noticeable. He doesn't.
Yeah.
But like, you know, fan of the D&D game, not so much fan of the show. But even I looked at that and went, that is like mad respect on that because that looked exact.
Yeah,
exact.
So that was really good. But again, that goes back to honouring the original.
I suppose you've got a point. You do have a point.
And that's where I'm at with that. Anyway, let's get back to talking about Image of the Fendahl, which is since this is about that episode.
Yes.
These things happen.
You need a disclaimer under this video when it goes up.
No. If anybody watching this will know.
Yeah, that's fair. Okay.
If they watched our previous ones,
I don't know what kind of audience.
Once we finish talking about the episode, we talk about Doctor Who, and it branches out.
That's fair.
But we still end up coming full circle.
Yeah, that's fine.
So not a bad show for Tom Baker. I thought anyway. It was a solid enough story. It was well put together. Again, it's a story that can be set anywhere and anywhere.
Yeah.
It's not reliant on technology. It's not reliant on
There's no MacGuffin.
No, there's no. The thing that's drawing you in is, I mean, the MacGuffin, I suppose, is the skull, but it's not. It's not key to the.
I guess it is a plot device, I suppose, but it's not.
But it's mainly by the characters. Yeah,
it's not an Ex Machina. It is sort of a MacGuffin, I suppose, but it's not an Ex Machina.
Yeah. Again, it's Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, but just done better.
Yeah, I actually understand what you mean by that reference now. I get it.
Because it turns out it's aliens.
Yes, aliens. Ancient skull made of crystal at one point, I guess. And, it's actually good.
It draws in power.
Although, and I will, one knock against the episode, the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull doesn't have anybody getting eaten by giant ants.
Yeah,
which is awesome.
Yeah. No, but they get vaporized into Fendahl.
That's true, but do they nuke the fridge?
No, he puts the.
They blow up.
No,
Jagger's house.
Yeah, they throw the shit at the house. Yeah.
Yeah.
They do actually,
They blow up
yeah.
at Jagger's house. Yeah.
Yeah.
Valid.
I think I am literally the only person I know that likes Kingdom of the
I
Crystal
don't
Skull.
actually mind it that much.
I don't mind the Indiana Jonesy stuff in it.
Yeah, it's.
I
when it is indie, it's okay.
don't like the aliens.
I think when it's indie, it's okay. I think with me it's different because I didn't grow up with Indiana Jones, so when I watched them, I was young, but
it's the Shia LaBeouf shit that bothers me.
I started getting into indie when King of the Crystal Skull came out because I was only 10, I think, when that came out. So it was about 10 years ago, actually. Yeah. So for me that just kind of was what Indiana Jones was. You know what I mean? On hindsight, yeah, I can see why it is weaker than the others, but it kind of does have sort of soft spot for me.
I mean, look, the whole part whereby he goes ass first through the truck window.
Yeah.
It's just pure indie.
Yeah, and the rocket launcher.
It's like, damn, I thought I was closer.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that bit there. Yeah, when he's in the factory in the warehouse.
And they actually pay homage to the Ark and stuff like that. Yeah. That's pure indie. That's great. Mm-hmm. The second you start getting into bloody Tarzan swinging monkeys through the forest,
I mean, I think there's also the fact there's so much CG in the
it's so much.
And the fencing on the tank and that.
It was a mistake on Spielberg's part to go down that route.
It's just
easier
pulpy tone that indie does have.
Yeah, it should have been shot on location.
Yeah.
That's and they could have shot it on any location. They could have shot it on the water background.
And it would have been a lot easier. I think it would have looked a lot more realistic. And I don't know if the tech would have been. It's only 10 years ago, so I assume it would have been fine. It's an expensive movie, so I mean, like, it would have been better just to have stunt doubles. And if it needed to happen, which it doesn't necessarily, if you're clever about it, just do a CG face replacement for some bits.
Yeah.
You know, would have looked way better than just green screen and CG crap everywhere. But
but again, like for all the forestry stuff, where they go through the forest and all that, I would have just shot on like the water background.
One thing I will say, it is weird how we've already gotten on a completely different tangent again.
No, because we still talking about Image of the Fendahl, and we are still linking it to the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull.
Yeah, I suppose.
It's still.
Why did this happen?
But we still are in the Image of the Fendahl.
Yeah.
It's just why the feelings of that film. Why this is success is why this is more successful than it.
Yeah, even though it had like
no action,
a tenth of the budget, if that.
Not even a tenth.
I was going for 1,000.
They did tap dancing.
I missed a few zeros off. Right?
Yeah.
I finished that.
Indiana Jones, Harrison Ford's lunch money paid.
Literally, I don't think so. Yeah.
I mean, for God's sake. They had a fiberglass skull because they couldn't afford the skeleton.
Shit. Jesus, man, yeah.
I mean, what's successful about it is the fact that it's again, it's all about the characters, and you've got two sets of scientists.
Yeah.
You've got the Thea Ransom and Adam, who are all about the skull and about its origin and about how it's they found it in a volcano and it's
millions of years
older than it should be.
Yeah.
Then you've got the other two scientists. Then they're all about looking into the past. Have got this new technology that is going to make their career their egos and it's all about how success and
money.
It's going to make them in Maximilian's terms make them a god.
Yeah. And then an actual gotcha.
And then
wrong.
But then you've got these two then, which are using the greed and the again, you've got the philanthropy side versus the greed side.
Yeah.
And that's what I think works really successfully with this story.
Yeah.
In particular, how the greedy one gets off first.
Yeah.
The one that wants the greed, the thing gets off second.
Yeah.
And then the one that wants the ultimate one, which is the Fendahl.
Yeah.
Is the one that really sort of it's like an escalation.
Yeah, like it's almost like their undoing is based on the actual you know what I mean, the amount of self-drive or self.
Yeah, but there's no
selfishness.
Greed. Their own selfishness and greed is what ultimately leads to the downfall.
Yeah, but it seems to escalate as it.
Yeah, but as you go through, this person thinks that this person's with them. but it only gets them so far, and then that person gets off.
Yeah, exactly, because they have to. They
And it's the same with
they get in each
Maximilian.
other's
Then.
way almost.
Yeah.
And they realise that because
You're used for your purpose.
Yeah.
You're done. You're used for your
Fundamentally,
purpose. You're done. And then so it works, and you've got the philanthropist then. That one is sacrificed to the Fendahl in Thea Ransom.
Yeah.
Adam then is the one. It's interesting that he's the one that's chosen to survive, not the one that actually ends up being offered to the possessed by the skull.
Yeah, I suppose.
Because normally that person's the person that gets transformed back,
At the
and
end,
the other person makes a sacrifice.
Yeah. But in this one, no, they just
No.
died.
Yeah, in this one, it's like she's gone too far.
And even if there was a way to turn it back, she got her ass blown up.
Yeah, but I mean, it normally that normal switchback is normally that the philanthropist will offer their life.
Yeah, they'll
saving
redeem
this
and
person,
everything will be fine. No, in this one, it's just everyone's a bastard and they died. The end.
Well, no, I mean, like he was still like, very much against what they were doing.
Yeah, but I mean,
and he was still only interested in it for, I guess
scientific science.
Well, again, in the opening episode, whereby he's actually found the dead body.
Yeah.
And Fendelman appeals to the guy. He's using his greed
him not to,
to apply to his ego and it kind of, this is the whole point of the story.
Yeah.
Is that these people are being snared by greed.
Yeah.
Essentially.
I suppose.
It's
definitely a heavy theme in it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think that's really what the main success of the story is. I'm trying to think.
Definitely not giant green monsters because those look shit.
No, but I mean, aside from visually, I'm trying to think of any sort of real failing to the story. Have you got anything, Chris?
No, I love the story. To be honest with you, I mean, I agree. The Fendahls, did look a bit ropey, but they are what they are. I like the collection of 70s technology of all the oscilloscopes. It looked like for that time period, sort of somewhere between 1960 and 1990, it looked like that sort of quickly put together lab.
It's
can't think of any failings.
Yeah, I'm trying to think, like, again, we're talking about the setting of it. The cleverness of putting it into a mansion was the fact that you didn't have to make it look like a modern lab.
Exactly. One thing, obviously, story-wise, I think generally it hits all the beats you need it to. It gives characters a reason to be there, a reason to do what they're doing.
Keeps them contained.
Keeps the threat constant and escalates. And it has a resolution that is not necessarily predictable, but satisfying. So genuinely, I'd say story-wise, if you just literally go by the actual story, there's nothing bad I can say about it. The only thing I can knock is how it looks, and when it comes down to it, that not all of how it looks, just a couple of things. So when it comes down to that, really, for me, I'd say that's way more important than rubber monsters. Don't get me wrong, it can kind of knock the threat level in certain scenes, and it can kind of take you out of it a little bit, but I think it's good enough to keep you going through it.
I think that the biggest success for the episode is definitely the sets.
Okay.
Because the setting of it, you could instantly identify the difference between the cottage and the mansion.
Yeah, and the basement thing lab.
Yeah,
as well.
But you could definitely identify that this is the old woman's cottage.
Yeah.
Because she had that sort of rose wallpaper.
Yeah, it was very
very homely. She had the tea candy and things like that in the background, the table and all that, and comfortable, warm-looking environment.
Yeah.
You get to the mansion and everything's solid, dark wood paneling.
Yeah, exactly. It's very sort of
and the sort of I don't know what they call it, like tapestry hanging on the wall.
Like fabric hanging.
Yeah,
tapestries.
Yeah, no, but I mean it almost looked like the sort of Last Supper on the wall.
I know.
Just outside the door. It was kind of. But it wasn't. It was like a war or a battle or something.
Yeah.
But
I don't remember.
The same with the props though.
Yeah.
Because the props had there was very little minimal props in the mansion set compared to the house set.
Yeah, and he made it look a lot more like open.
And then when you got into the labs took the same set, but then filled it with
lab stuff.
Yeah. And
I don't know. For me personally, I think the strongest visual aspect of it is the lighting.
yeah.
But then
No,
again,
but I mean,
I'm a
like
fan anyway.
the lighting is part of it.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I think like you look
They,
at those sets.
they absolutely all work together to create this cohesive whole. But other thing that impressed me the most was the lighting. Especially just, I think mainly because I was going into this with the mindset that it was classic Who. And for me, classic Who, the lighting is always the thing that I kind of wish they'd change.
It's just fine.
But with this one, it was different. With this one, it genuinely, it looked good. It sort of episodes like Ghostlight, Christopher Hendrick, those kind of things. They always have that sort of mood to it, and this one sort of did too.
So apparently, no, I don't know because I haven't seen it myself. But apparently, there's a new edition of Ghostlight.
Oh yeah.
And apparently they've changed it, and they've altered how the lighting looks
Oh right.
because it was kind of soft transition.
Yeah.
And apparently the new scan is apparently much sharper.
Good.
So, I don't know. I mean, I haven't seen anything of it myself.
No, but that's something worth looking into.
But I don't know if it's going to be a DVD or Blu-ray. I don't know.
No idea.
All I can tell you is that I've heard that the original transfer for Ghostlight, which is the one that most people have on DVD now, is different to how the scan is now.
Yeah.
So I can only assume that they've done something.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or it's because it's kind of like with the.
Do you think they've just gone in and graded it or something?
I don't think so.
No.
I think it's a fresh scan, and I think
Okay.
So I think what happened is that the original scan they took was off an original time tape deck.
Yeah.
And they didn't do anything to it. They just literally went from there on, copied it straight onto DVD.
Right.
Whereas now they've actually gone in and looked at the original scan and done a better scan.
Okay.
And no, because before with Ghostlight you had this sort of almost veil over the over the. No, that's gone.
Good. Well, nice.
So that's my understanding anyway.
Cool. All right. Well, we'll have to look into that.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So image of the Fendahl. What's your opinion of it?
I liked it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'd give it 4 Tom Baker scars out of 5.
Well, that's what 20 foot.
Yeah, something like that.
So
Somewhere around
20 foot.
20 foot out of 5.
Yeah, that makes sense.
20 foot out of 5 Tom Baker scars.
Yeah. No, I think it's a good story. As in terms of my Tom Baker stories, again, my favorite is going to be City of Death.
My favorite Tom Baker story is probably Genesis of the Darks, but I know that's a very popular one. So.
Yeah, well, we done Genesis recently as well, so that was where did that?
That is my favourite as well.
Yeah, but where does that sit with you, Chris? In terms of how successful that episode is for you as a in general as a Tom Baker episode overall.
I'd say that was definitely in the top 10. That's up there with Fang Rock, City of Death. Not quite as good as Genesis, obviously, but yeah, it's definitely in the top 10 for me.
I think if anytime you're going to put an episode up against a Dalek story, it's
well,
going
the
to
Daleks
be
have already
anyway.
automatically got some weight to them.
Yeah, they already come with clout.
Yeah, then just being there is automatically a big deal. So.
But as a Tom Baker era story, it's got a lot of themes going on with it.
Yeah.
There's a lot more, considering how small the cast is. There's a lot happening.
It really does. It's a really well written story, which is weird because I tell you what, like before we were even going to watch this, I actually wasn't that keen. I was thinking about it. Could maybe watch because I've never seen it. I was thinking, I do like a good bit of classic Who every now and then, but I was like, I don't know, and I'm glad I watched it. I genuinely am.
Yeah,
I think it was good.
Yeah, it's my personal feeling on it is that it's out of. I think maybe I would put Ark in Space above it.
I was thinking Ark in Space actually. I do quite like Ark in Space.
Yeah, but that's for a different reason because I think that it's a bit more. I think it's a bit more in my wheelhouse when it gets out a bit more.
Sure. I think this is a bit more in my wheelhouse, to be honest with you. I like the sort of more.
No, I know. I like this
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
story setting.
I
I'm simply putting it as I like my Doctor Who's to be a little bit more out and about.
Yeah, and that's cool, and I get that. I just like generally sort of based on the Siege or Bottle stories with horror elements. I just dig that.
If I had to liken this story to a modern Who,
I would go with Tooth and Claw.
you see, I see where you're coming
On the
from.
surface, anyway.
I was thinking Midnight.
Oh shit! I don't know. Midnight's a bit smaller. I see Midnight for what it is.
No, but it's a similar sort of theme where
It
you've
is,
got
absolutely.
these people you've got a professor who's a philanthropist, you've got these people that are egotistical, they're all about themselves, the self-preservation, you've got this thing that possesses this woman.
Yeah, actually, you know what? I was on the surface. I would have said there's not that similar, but actually, there's probably a bit more similarities than I would have thought. I
Yeah.
think Midnight's better, but you know.
So yeah, Ian says he thinks it's underrated generally. I think it's a decent crack. I think it's a really good episode, but I think, yeah, if I'm going to liken it to a modern Doctor Who episode, I'm going to liken it to Midnight.
Yeah, and I love Midnight. So
Yeah,
that's
so
not bad.
it's those people that contain they can't get out.
No.
Which is exactly the same as
Yeah.
this. There's this thing that's gonna kill him. Same as this.
Yeah.
There's this people that make a sacrifice.
Yeah.
There's
There's a lot of selfish.
there's a lot of selfish people.
I mean,
in the
versus,
episode.
you know, one of them is more like self-preservation versus the
Yeah.
other being a bit more. But still, there's the more sort of.
But you get those couple of people that are against the Doctor.
Yeah, exactly, and they sort of in that one it gets.
Would you agree that it's got a very similar story pattern to the Pyramids of Mars?
Sort of.
Mm.
I think Sutek's a better villain.
Yeah, definitely. What I mean is like find an old thing,
Yes.
and from that old thing leads on to something that could destroy a lot of things. It's a similar story progression,
right.
not in a bad way.
Again, it's Indiana Jones.
Yeah, I suppose. I don't know Pyramids of Mars well enough to sort of comment on that one. I've seen it. I have seen it a few times, but I just can't. Like a while.
So with Pyramids of Mars, though, I think it's a slightly different thing because I think that they're fighting against not just bringing back Sutek the Destroyer, but I think it does have a similar. I agree with you. It runs in a very similar way. I think with Pyramids of Mars, though, it does a better job of having the mummies on the loose, of having of Sutek actually starting an invasion. Whereas with the image of the Fendahl, you kind of being attacked by Sooty.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, I'll agree. Yeah. The mummies were considerably more of a threat than the sock puppet.
I feel like
Yeah.
we all made an unspoken pact early on to kind of forgive the episode of. The
No. But we still
Because I'm a bad puppet.
but we're comparing Tom Baker
Yeah,
episodes
absolutely.
in like,
Yeah.
and in terms of like, I would say that
Mummy's better.
Mummy is better than the Pyramids of Mars
Whatever
is better than.
clanger thing.
yeah.
Is, yeah.
Pyramids of Mars is better in terms of, and again, it's slightly bigger because it does a lot of external footage.
Yeah.
Pyramids of Mars got better sets.
To be fair, Pyramids of Mars is also one of those ones that is just kind of iconic as well. Like of the classic Who episodes, Pyramids of Mars is up there.
It is,
and
but
don't really know-
I think what Chris is getting at is the likening of the story structure.
Yeah.
The way it starts off, the way that because Pyramids of Mars starts off with the guy, the archaeologist, breaking into a tomb in Egypt,
Right.
steps through the door and ends up in Sutek's prison on Mars.
Yeah.
It's like a corridor, a subspace corridor.
Yeah. Sure.
Sutek kills him, or possesses him, and then Marcus then ends up going back to Earth, and they're bringing the mummies with him. And they're trying to stop Sutek from getting on the loose.
Yeah, and this one is sort of more of a they find an ancient thing,
Yeah.
and it could potentially destroy the world if they don't deal with it in time.
Yeah.
And you know, certain people get possessed, and so yeah, it's got certain elements.
It's very similar plot lines, but I think Pyramids of Mars does it more successfully.
Yeah.
And again, I would mainly because I would love to see Sutek back. I want to see that son of a bitch kick ass.
So I think Omega needs a fair shake first. But then we just
Nah, I'm done with them.
bring Omega back.
They've done
They
Omega a couple
haven't
of times.
done one modern version of him. He needs one.
No, I know, but the one they did in bloody Time Lash was it Time Lash?
I don't know.
Where he tries to invade Amsterdam.
Is that the one with the car? With the Time Lash is the one with the bloody doorway and it goes into that crystal place, isn't it?
Yeah.
It hangs down the thing.
No, that's Dragonfire.
Oh shit. No, not Dragonfire when he's hanging off the thing. The one with the door, and like through that door is like a chasm, and it's just got these jagged bits of crystal sticking out everywhere. And like I don't know, I haven't seen it in a while. That's the one visual I remember.
Is it Time Lash or is it I can't remember that. Oh, bloody hell! It's Peter Davison.
Yeah, I think it is that episode. But what I do know is that Omega is awesome, and he should.
Omega,
because they've done the Daleks, they did the Cybermen, they did the Master, they did Rassilon.
If you're gonna bring back Omega,
Ronnie is kind of shit. Anyway,
nah, Ronnie would work well. If you're gonna bring back Omega, you need something big.
Yeah,
something really big.
Yeah. And if the Zygons are big enough for the 50th anniversary, then I don't know what the hell is big enough for Omega, but I guess 60 years will do it. Do the Diamond anniversary.
Again, I'd bring back Sutex. I just love him.
Yeah, sure.
He's a badass.
Look, if they can do the Ice Warrior for one episode, they can do Sutex for one.
Well, on the plus side, I mean, I sent your dad a picture the other day. We're getting the Jadoon back by the looks of it.
Yeah, I saw that actually. Jadoon the sound as well. I love them. They're good fun. And maybe in a couple of years, there'll be kids wondering what the hell is that supposed to look like.
So yeah.
I've just seen what Ian's written.
I try to read it, but my bloody
the whole thing.
I've got
Colin Bigger Time Lash. Colin Crystal Time. Yeah, it's the big. Yeah, that's the one. See, I do know.
Yeah,
I know. I don't know.
I'm thinking of the but I'm thinking of the one with Omega where he's again trying to invade Amsterdam. So it's the one where Tegan Javanka comes back.
If it's in Trial of a Time Lord, I'll watch it when I get home.
Ian says Arc of Infinity for that one.
What's that?
Ian said Arc of Infinity is put up on the...
I keep forgetting it.
See, now that rings more of a bell.
He looks like he's got a weird mask face thing with the balls on it. He kind of looks like a villain that's more suited to the Guyver. But not quite as well, which is an odd thing to say.
Well, let's just say yes and move on.
But again, he's had his Rice Krispies on his face. Yeah, he's not the best. They've dealt with Omega already.
Who gives a shit? They killed the Master off several times and brought him back.
Yeah, but he's
sci-fi,
he's a big
and none of it makes sense. And it's all bollocks. If you're doing a season finale, just bring back Omega, have him be properly hard, and
But what would you do with him?
Kill a bunch of people, do something stupid.
But what would you do? What would you do with Omega? Why would you bring
Dalek
back?
story and then sub the Daleks up for Omega? Because we don't need Daleks anymore, but we need him. Just bring him back.
Why? Yeah, but why would you bring? Why would you kill people?
I don't know. He's a villain. Villains kill people. That's what they do.
This is my point. You need to kind of.
Chris knows.
No, you need to kind of have something different.
It's late, and I
what is his motivation?
Do you want me to write a Doctor Who story right now?
Yes.
Okay, fine. All right. So what we're gonna do, right, is we're gonna say that Omega.
Something that applies to Omega's character.
We're gonna need something to do with the Time Lords. So we're gonna need, let's say,
there's no Time Lords.
The hand of Omega, the eye of Omega. A weapon from the Time War. One of them's still around.
The toe of Omega.
So who cares? One of them. Yeah.
The foot.
Yeah, exactly. The eyeballs, the balls, the testicles of Omega. They're still around, and they're gonna destroy. Let's say all of time and space and every dimension, possibly forever, because we need it to be the biggest possible overgrown threat ever.
Yes.
And somebody's trying to put it back together, and then they do, and then the Doctor's gonna stop it. And then it's a multi-Doctor episode because those are always good. And let's say we bring back John Barrowman as well, because why not?
Yeah, but I get that. But what's his motivation?
Well, John Barrowman's motivation would be another set of balls, surely.
Yeah,
I've said that out loud, haven't I?
Yeah, so there you go.
No, but I mean, like at the end of Arc of Infinity, didn't he melt
Yeah, but the Master was like disintegrated by
No,
the
no,
Dalek.
but what I'm saying is that if you're going to bring him back, then why are you bringing him back? What's the purpose of bringing back the Omega?
Because money.
Like, what? Do you see? Like, if I'm
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
if I'm going to bring him back, it's going to be I need to bring back Omega for a reason.
I just can't think of a bigger villain you'd want other than maybe the Valiant. But again, I think Omega's bigger. And I think if you're going to do it like a bigger...
I don't think for the Doctor, I don't think there is a bigger villain.
Yeah, but he's only had one appearance.
I know, but I don't think you could. Yeah, you can't have a bigger villain than the Doctor.
That's true.
You should see what Ian's written in the chat, man.
So yeah, rescues in space. He teams up with Davros, the Master, the Black Guardian, the Terran Wood Beast, and steal the sausage sandwich from the Stones of
Damn right. That's it. We're writing that now. Season finale, season 12. Let's do it.
No, but I mean, like, you need to, if you're going to bring back Omega, you need to do something, have something with the character and do something with the character.
Yeah, I know.
So I was going to say perhaps that with Gallifrey being put into a pocket universe,
Yeah.
that the time matrix has become destabilized. And then I saw the line about the sausage sandwich, and I'm not going to top it.
Yeah.
That's true. Exactly. See,
No, but if I'm going to bring back Omega, I'm going to bring him back as
the Time Lords? Maybe he wants to. Well, that's
well, no,
already been done.
again, it's already back.
Yeah, this has already been done. Okay, maybe.
If I'm going to bring back Omega, I'm going to bring him back for a purpose.
Yeah.
That they need to bring him back for a reason.
Okay.
That the Time Lords are bringing him back. In the same way that the Time Lords brought back the Master,
Yeah.
that's how I'm going to bring back Omega.
You
but
could, yeah.
if I'm going to bring him back, I'm going to bring him back and he's going to be in a padded cell.
Right.
Because he's gone through a universe where he was the only one in the universe.
Yeah, he's gonna be nuts.
He's going to be rubber frogging it.
But hey, cut him loose. Give him a cape, give him a helmet.
No, but
he could team up with me and Clara. That'd be a great episode.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
But if I'm going to bring him back, he's going to be insane.
Yeah, sure. Why not? Insane villains.
You've got to remember that
the best thing about insane villains as well is you don't actually have to write the motivation.
Yes.
Just
No.
be crazy.
No. You need to
sarcasm.
You need to write him so that he's a Time Lord God.
Yeah. That's the thing. He can kick the crap out of Rassilon. So I think he's
anybody can kick the crap
yeah,
out of Rassilon.
fine, but Rassilon's supposed to be awesome. All right, so whatever. But you know what I mean. So I just think if you're gonna bring back a villain from the past, Omega's one they haven't done yet, and it's kind of weird that they haven't done that yet.
It's not weird. There's very little in the way of motivation to bring him back.
There's very little in the way of motivation to bring the Daleks back. They have a really kind of centralized.
No, the motivation is that they're the most popular villain in Doctor Who.
Yeah, I know, but if that's a strong enough motivation, then bringing back Omega needs very little explanation.
Well, no,
Or
it
no
does.
explanation, but motivation. Like, just write him in because he's cool.
For the love of, you can't just write the Borg in.
Yes, you can. It was called Star Trek Voyager.
No, that's my point.
Alright, anyway. Doesn't matter.
I mean, if you're going to bring back a big villain, like, here's the difference, right?
Yeah.
I would bring back the Robots of Death.
Yeah. Okay.
But I wouldn't have them as the Robots of Death. I just have them as robots populating the Doctor Who universe in an episode.
Like, what they could have done if they did it with the...
They'd just be there in the background, doing the savers.
Yeah. You know the Jodie Whittaker one with the
Yeah,
factory?
with Kablam.
Yeah, Kablam.
Yeah. So, but I would just have them, just the odd one here or there, popping up in an episode.
Just doing stuff.
Just doing stuff in the background, just to show that it's the same universe.
Yeah.
There's no need to bring these things back just to have these people popping in and out. What's that?
Apart from...
His place in Time Lord history. Yeah, exactly. He's not a great villain.
Could be.
He's not.
Yeah, but he could be, what I'm saying. If you're going to bring back a villain from the past, why not make it a villain that is powerful and could be done better? Because if you can do better things with him, then you should, right?
Okay, let me just give you one example as to why not to do it.
Right.
They could do exactly what you were suggesting with a character called Tim Shaw, who is also, at this moment in time, a shit villain. And that's where I'm at with him. If you haven't got the right material for this guy,
I don't know. I just see something. I just think Omega could be one of those villains where it's like if you just want a properly evil like
You have to
villainy villain. And
You have to
it's fine.
remember that apart from revenge, again, what else can he do?
Rootins.
Rootin' Tootins.
There is a Rootin that shows up weirdly in one of the Doctor Who video games.
Yes.
It's really strange, but it's there.
But yeah, I mean, like again, I would make him mad. That's the only thing I've got.
Yeah.
Put him in a party. He's a Time Lord God.
Mm.
So how do you show a Gallifreyan mental?
By having him do some crazy
No, but I mean,
shit.
like, how do you show him? No, because he'd have to escape. That's the whole point.
Yeah, of course he would escape. That's
But again, you
okay. So like, look, it literally doesn't matter.
it does.
Okay, so you'd have him go after something for some reason.
Look, when I said that I would bring back Sutek,
Yeah.
the reason why I would bring back Sutek the Destroyer is because the clue's in the bloody name. His entire goal is that he wants to end all life in the universe. That's his goal. That is what makes Sutek live.
Daleks came closer than he ever did.
Exactly.
But sure.
But bringing back Sutek is quite the simple, straightforward. This guy wants you to die, and why? Because he feels that you should.
Yeah, fair.
Whereas with Omega, it's a little bit trickier
Yeah, okay, probably.
because you have to give this thing a purpose, and there are other characters right now
Yeah.
in current modern Doctor Who that if you're gonna, I could whatever you've got for Omega, I can hand off to Tim Shaw.
Yeah.
I can hand off to the space racist from Rosa.
Yeah.
In fact, I can
I've
hand off.
got one for a robot of death.
Mm-hmm.
All you need is the start of the story.
Yeah.
Excavation somewhere, excavating some old Roman remains or whatever.
Pick up my head.
They find a robot of death. Go from there.
Yeah.
Sure.
Easy.
Yeah,
And-
if it's
and-
about 45 minutes of a robot killing people. It works.
well, no, I mean you plug it into a computer and it overrides the computer.
Yeah, you can do some scary
See-
AI shit with that.
Yeah, takes over the AI of the computer and the whole complex. Starts building itself a new body. Goes all bloody Age of Ultron on it.
Yeah, and that's very relevant to today's society as well. Isn't that weird?
So I mean,
And there we go. We've written an episode better than everything from the last series in 32
Yeah, well-
seconds. How about that?
Good job, team.
I mean, there's so many things that and again, it makes the universe more Doctor Who. It makes you because it's great that they keep coming up with these new villains all the time.
Yeah.
Keep coming up, but you need the last time they done a real sort of use the Doctor Who universe
Yeah.
was in the Goodbye episode where David Tennant left. And at the end of the episode, you had them singing the Devil and Me
Yeah.
with the
the articles, you had
Slitheen.
Alonso, Slitheen, you had the hat.
All
thing,
in the
the
bar.
bloody thing, the big
Yeah.
people.
Yeah.
Hat.
That was the last time we ever saw the Doctor Who universe fully populated.
Mm.
I mean,
Well, I don't know.
maybe
Pandorica. Pandorica opens. Because you even had shit.
That was just villains.
You even had stuff in that.
Yeah, but
wasn't even
that
from
was just
Doctor Who.
villains.
You actually had stuff in that was even from Sarah Jane Adventure.
Yeah. No, but that was just villains.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about. I'm talking
It's not like
about stuff that is brought
it's a
in.
bit more like the Doctor Who Legion of Doom, I guess.
I mean,
It's
like when they done Day of the Doctor, you had like billboard stuff.
Yeah,
Stuff
yeah.
pinned to. So it was like, oh look, here's Susan. There,
But that's always useful when you've got unit around.
Yeah, but I mean, those are the little throwbacks. But if you actually had an episode whereby this thing is just moving around the earth, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
In the background, they've got the costumes.
The
They've
kind
got
of
the
things they
sets.
actually weirdly.
It makes the universe.
I know you're not a huge fan, but it's the kind of thing you do in Rick and Morty all the time. Genuinely, all the time in that show,
Yeah.
they're always just if they introduce something in one episode, like 3 episodes later, they'll have like a picture frame of it, or they'll be walking around somewhere.
It's not a question of having a
Stuff.
picture of it.
No,
but
no,
it's
it's just that sort of thing. You know what I mean? Like literally, they'll have like
I don't know of another show
Yeah.
that makes a set of characters and then disposes of them.
yeah, exactly. Except maybe
You know, here's these great characters,
Mm.
and now we're gonna send them around the country in a museum display,
yeah,
and that's the rest of their life.
yeah. I get you.
You know, unless the villains, in which case the useful villains that can come back.
Yeah.
In which case they'll probably redesign the outfit anyway.
Yeah.
And similar to what you were saying about the Jadoon coming back,
Mm.
which a spoiler alert.
Yeah.
Which is a slight redesign.
Well, it's not our bloody fault for spoiling it. They put it on the internet.
Yeah, but I mean it's a slight redesign of the Jadoon.
It's not too major though.
No,
it's,
but I mean they do look a little bit more detailed
They look like actual
and a little bit
animals.
meaner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also one of them's got a mohawk, which is interesting, but obviously not impossible because it does.
Yeah. How you populate the Doctor Who universe and do these sort of callbacks, it's kind of like they do forget about them.
Yeah.
It
also
it's
seems
not
like
populated
sometimes,
the same
and
way.
admittedly, I can't think of immediate examples off the top of my head, but sometimes it feels like they tread the same water with different ideas. You know what I mean? They sort of go, this is the universe's whatever, and then they go, no, it's this and a different thing. It's like they forgot about the previous thing and it doesn't exist anymore. You know what I mean? Like they retcon stuff without actually retconning stuff sometimes.
I mean, like, no, because Doctor Who's okay with getting stuff wrong.
Yeah,
That's okay.
right. It's a big universe, to be fair.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
but it's okay that the Doctor says, like, you know, this is the best thing in the universe.
Yeah, because it's
And then you get to the next one, well, no, this is the best thing in the
That's a
universe.
fleeting opinion, and it's
Yeah.
not. It's a bit hyperbole and whatever. I get that, but no. But like sometimes they'll do like whether or not Satan exists in Doctor Who. You know, they've done that idea a couple of times. Like they did demons, and they did like the Satan Pit and Impossible Planet, and they did like you know, and they do like dark magic sometimes and stuff like that. And it's weird. And they
No. Magic definitely exists in Doctor Who.
which is weird.
And dark magic
Isn't that
does.
weird?
No.
It kind of is though, because Doctor Who is a sci-fi, and it's a hard sci-fi most of the time.
No, it's a fantasy.
Yeah, but it's like I don't
So
know.
it's a sci-fi fantasy show.
Sure, but I've always found it weird because they don't really do magic, especially these days.
They don't do it as much.
They do concepts that are based in fantasy, but then turn out to be sci-fi. They do that
Yeah,
all the bloody time.
that's a problem.
Yeah, but
I don't like that.
It's how it's done.
It's just but I'm sick of stuff.
It's a werewolf, no, it's not. It's an alien. It's a
Yeah.
zombie, no, it's not. It's an alien. It's
Yeah.
a ghost, no, it's not. It's an alien. It's a vampire, no, it's not. It's an alien. But vampires, again, they sort of done that a couple of times because they did like Curse of Tenor,
No.
and they did.
But they did fish people in Venice.
Yeah, but they sort of like.
They didn't do vampires in Venice. They did fish people in Venice.
Yeah, exactly. But then
Had they done vampires in Venice, I would be much happier about that episode.
Yeah.
But that's again, this comes back to my same problem with modern horror anyway. That when they do like zombie stories, it's a virus.
Yeah.
Done the same thing with vampires. It's a virus.
Yeah.
Like, will you please, for the love of God, make these things the pissing undead?
Yeah.
Can I have a story where a zombie is literally because it's
like
born of Satan?
The Walking Dead, they are actually undead, but it's some sort of disease or something.
But that's my
It's
problem.
actually super unclear what it is in that show and that universe. It's just sort of there are zombies.
No, but like,
that's just a fact.
they kind of changed it. Like, I think I don't want to blame Blade.
Right.
I don't want to blame that particular franchise for it,
No.
for the comic book run of vampires, but Blade had a good idea first.
Yeah, they sort of made them a mutation, and the whole religious iconography wasn't really the thing. That was sort of, that was superstition.
Yeah, the crosses don't work.
Like silver works, garlic works, but crosses don't.
Yeah.
Water doesn't. And
But it's mainly the chemical element in garlic that makes it an allergic reaction.
Yeah, exactly. It's there's a reason why. And
So that was a good idea, but then everybody went with it for every.
Yeah,
every horror.
I guess it's one of those things where the more realistic, not necessarily more realistic, but the more you explain something, the less scary it is.
What's wrong with this thing's a creature of the night and is trying to kill out?
I mean, again, Army of Darkness. I'm a big fan of something just being evil.
Yeah, but that's what I'm
I'm
saying.
fine with it. So
Like
I
again.
saw Army of Darkness at the cinema when I was a young lad.
And now that cinema is a car park.
Yeah, that's on my Blu-ray shelf. I'm a big evil.
Actually, I think it's a bingo place now.
There you go then. Yeah.
But but I mean that's my problem with Doctor Who is the fact that a lot of the time it applies itself to what's like essentially modern science fiction horror writing, which turns out that this is either an alien or it's a virus.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I don't like it because I mean next week we're going to be watching Battlefield where there's a bright blue demon.
Oh yeah.
In it. And
I haven't Battlefield in a long time.
Yeah, it's not one of the best episodes.
I've heard that.
Yeah.
I'm more of a Sylvester McCoy.
But it's worth giving it. It's worth giving it a look.
Yeah.
And that's what we're going to be doing next week.
Sure.
But in terms of how Doctor Who handles its supernatural elements, like you probably know this. My favorite one is of the modern era in terms of how they handle a Doctor Who story is Witchfinders The Unquiet Dead. And you know that was scared the piss out of you the first
Yeah,
time.
when I was a kid, Unquiet Dead really got me. I was 5 years old when Unquiet Dead came out, and I shit you not, I did not watch another episode until, weirdly enough, Tooth and Claw. So, you know, but yeah, I had a bit of a run with Doctor Who back then. I had to go back and watch it.
Yeah.
I told your dad a few weeks ago. I mean, my two, one's 19 now, the other's 22. When Blink was on,
Yeah.
which was a while ago, basically me and my missus spent the whole night sat up with them having made a camp out of bunk beds, sat up all night shaking.
I don't remember the first time I ever watched Blink, but I do remember the night the night I tried to go to bed after the first time I tried to watch Blink, which is weird. But yeah, it was I like it when Doctor Who does that.
But again, what I like with the Weeping Angels is there's no science.
No, exactly. It's all just kind of like, who cares? It's
They are
scary.
aliens.
Here's a concept, and it's scary as hell.
They are aliens, and
Like, are
they
they
just
though?
yeah.
They're kind of like just
No, they are
angels.
Yeah,
Yeah, they are aliens technically speaking.
Right. So
By definition,
the theory behind the Weeping Angels,
Yeah,
so they say that they're quantum locked aliens.
yeah,
So that with quantum mechanics, quantum mechanics works in such a way that it changes based on whether or not you're observing it or
yeah. It's a
not.
quantum state, like
Yeah.
Schrodinger's cat.
So
It's
yeah.
Schrodinger's statue.
So that's how the Weeping Angels work. But the theory behind the Weeping Angels is that they are fallen Time Lords.
That's a theory. Yeah, I know. I've heard that. I mean, it's a very common one. But what I like about the Weeping Angels is the fact that they are just like old as hell.
Yeah.
Like literally as hell. Like the concept of
the point is that the explanation, you don't need a more sci-fi accurate as to exactly how a Weeping Angel becomes a Weeping Angel.
I actually show you a good example. Actually, I did use. I was running a game of Dungeons and Dragons for a couple of mates of mine, and I did decide. I was on D&D Beyond, and I found a Weeping Angel, which I don't know who made it. It was a custom creature, and I decided to use it. And the thing is, it's just a little tweak in like the sort of general backstory, but nothing really, and nothing that I ever brought up. It didn't matter because it's so universal as a monster. You can have it in any setting. You can have a fantasy setting, sci-fi setting. It doesn't matter because it's just you just need to know this is not how it works, but this is just sort of these are the rules. You know, you look away from it and it'll kill you.
Yeah,
and that's it. That's all you need.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, it's the simpler the rules that you can make, the more successful it is. But again, my main problem with modern, as opposed to this, Image of Fendahl has the whole point of it is that this skull, it's very limited as to how it works. Okay, during the episode we brought up how the hell that pentagram is a neural relay. How the hell you made that leap?
Yeah, exactly.
It's not really that important.
It doesn't really matter. But
it's a bit silly. It's a bit silly notion, but scientifically, it doesn't make a blind bit of difference to the story.
Exactly.
Here comes a villain that is going to kill you.
Yeah, it's got some clearly there's some mind shit going on.
Yeah, it does possession. It does transformation.
Yeah, exactly.
There's a metamorphosis.
And it turns into a big golden goddess thing that will, bloody destroy the world.
So,
a good laugh.
So there's all those things. You don't need to have the scientific jump through. It's just as supernatural as any other.
To be fair, it's literally what it comes down to is just like the idea that supernatural is just natural. We don't understand, and stuff we don't understand is scary.
Yeah, but again, even with Image of Fendahl, what they say about that as well is that they're trying to go with it's alien. But at the same time, they're trying to say that it's also human. Yeah. So it's kind of a it's a different sort of it still fulfills that part of the horror whereby it's a simple rule. Yeah. And it's simple applied. Everybody can understand it. And I think it just works more successfully than some of the modern stuff.
I actually do. I mean, obviously, there's certain things that are properly, absolutely brilliant about Modern Who, but yeah, it's a good example of classic Who just doing it right there.
Well, again, it comes down to the fact that the story of Image of Fendahl is a strong, simple character story. Yep. The characters themselves are identifiable.
Motivations are simple, and
But they're
there's a lot going on.
easy to identify in terms of how that's what this character is.
Yeah, that's what they're about.
Yeah,
And
that's what this character's about. That's what this character's motivations are.
Yeah.
And I think that it certainly ensnares and traps the main characters.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's again, if you're talking about where to place it in terms of the Tom Baker episode,
Mm-hmm.
I mean it's going to be on the list of it's not going to be City of Death. It's not going to be Genesis. It's not going to be
Ark in Space.
not Ark in Space. It's not going to be like Brain and Morbius.
Oh yeah, good show.
It's not going to be Fang Rock, but it's going to be somewhere in the top 10. Based on on the day.
It's a really good episode.
It's one of those episodes that shuffles into the list.
It's going to
somewhere.
be. It's at least going to be in the 11 or 12 spot at any one point, and it might even
Maybe into the top 10.
Yeah.
So anyway, Chris.
Hello.
I don't know if you've got anything that you'd like to add on to the end of that.
Not really. I think we've pretty much covered this one.
We've gone through it a few times, and even Indiana Jones. I think that there's a good comparison there.
All kinds of crap we talked.
Ian, thank you very much for joining us in the chat. So next week, so this is currently what I've got on the list, right? So this is going to be sort of the running order for the next few weeks. So next week at 8 p.m. on Sunday, it's going to be Battlefield. The week after that, it's going to be Tooth and Claw. Week after that, it's going to be the 10th Planet. After that, we're going to do World Enough in Time. After that, we're going to do Twice Upon a Time. After that, it's going to be Tomb of the Sidemen. And after that, it's going to be the Macro Terror.
Good shout.
Yes. And considering the Blu-rays over there, it's a really good shout.
What a callback.
Yes. So
and then after that, Gridlock. No. Yeah.
And then so what was the one you suggested after that, Chris?
Either the Waters of Mars or the one with the bus in the desert.
Dead Planet.
Because they're overlooked.
Yeah.
Dead Planet, I think, would be an interesting one.
Okay, I'll put it on the list. We can do that.
Because, I mean, don't get me wrong, Waters of Mars is a cracking episode, but
Yeah.
it's also, like, if you're trying to get away from favourites but still do something interesting,
Dead
Dead
Planet. A good showing for Lee Evans as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I forgot he was in there.
Yeah.
Malcolm, isn't he?
Yeah. And obviously as well, with what's her name coming back to play Christina D'Souza in the audios as well. That's interesting shot as well.
And it's the only Easter special, as far as I'm aware.
Yeah. Yeah, because Easter's not that special.
Yeah, nobody gives a shit about Easter.
No. So yeah, that's going to be the running order for the next few weeks. So next week is going to be Sylvester McCoy, 7th Doctor, Battlefield. That's going to be Sunday at 8 p.m. Join us again for a Doctor Who, because every Sunday is a Doctor Who day.
It is indeed.
Yeah, and I tell you what, it's amazing. It amazes me how quickly these weeks are flying by. Like, I remember when we done Resolution, and we sat down on that, I thought, it was like, oh, here's an idea, let's start off with An Unearthly Child, and let's just go through. And that's been 16 weeks ago.
Whoa. Yeah, fair play.
So that's that it amazes me, but it's been a great. I've certainly had a great time doing this, and I'm planning on carrying on having a great time doing this. So next week,
it's been great, mate. It's been great ever since you started doing the hangouts, and rather than waiting for you to read a comment, I can sort of just talk over you, I suppose.
Yeah,
Damn right.
Yeah,
good. But it's nice hanging out with you guys as well.
That's why I enjoy doing it. It's because it's great for us to have this conversation about a show that you grew up with, I grew up with, I made him grow up with.
Trust me, there was a lot of. It was very forceful.
Yes.
I could have been a normal person.
No, you couldn't.
Think about that. I was shot.
No.
Think about that. It's his fault.
On every level, you failed.
It's his fault.
So yeah. So next week is going to be Battlefield. That's going to be an interesting one because I believe that and up until the Sarah Jane Adventures, it's the last Doctor Lethbridge Stewart episode.
Oh yeah.
It's also the first one since the Five Doctors, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Oh,
so
wow.
but it's literally it's gonna be a tough one to watch. I think it's gonna be a tough one to get through. To see Nicholas Courtney as the Brig again.
Yeah.
Because I remember watching the Sarah Jane Adventure one, and it was just like when she walks in and sees Sir Alistair, I was like, I'm gonna cry. So yeah, that's. But Battlefield, it's not a highly acclaimed episode of Doctor Who.
Yeah, people don't seem to rate it that.
But I think it's worth taking another look at. So next Sunday, 8 p.m, it's going to be Doctor Who Battlefield, 7th Doctor, Sylvester McCoy, and I'll see you then. Thank you for joining us this evening, and hope you have a good time, and see you next week. And if you're watching this as well in the post live, and you want to leave something, leave it in the chat down below, and maybe, if it's a comment that we want to bring to light, we'll bring it to light next week. Thank you, Ian, for joining us. It's always a pleasure to have you, for sure, and it's always a pleasure when you send us your artwork. So thank you very much, and that's the end of this, and I'm going to stop the broadcast right now. So thank you very much, and we'll see you next week.